Ooh, did I forget to change the thumbnail? Ay. Beginner mistake. It's gonna be a bit to fix it. That's annoying. But that's my own fault. Yikes. Alright, let's quickly change that. Did I already publish that one? I should have. There we go. Ay. Alright, random spur of the moment decision to just, get going and see if we can get that deck. And I hope it doesn't take too long for this to update. That's annoying. That's annoying. No, we won't be going back to the new account yet. I'm saving myself day 2 for tomorrow. No particular reason for it, but that's mainly what we're doing. We're not hunting on a new account. We're going in full investment, full everything in our favor. We go in with Veronica, Mika, CZN, and it is divine hunting only. I want that AP deck. I want that AP homing laser deck, and I'm not stopping until we get it. Unless it takes too long, then we'll have to try another day, right? You could call it random 3 AM motivation, but it's neither 3 AM nor is it anywhere close to it. I guess 3 PM motivation. But yeah, no, that's what I thought. I was thinking, okay, do I even want to do a stream today? Yeah, no, maybe. The decision is apparently yes. So we'll be doing everything in our power to skew everything in our favor to see if we can obtain ourselves an AP CZN. That is our only goal today. Nothing else is going to matter. AP CZN or go home. Because I want AP CZN so that I can get the freedom of building whatever kind of deck I want to, surrounding the, in my opinion, strongest deck at the moment in the entire game. Like, for example, I want to experiment with Collab's X card that creates a shield, and Maribel dealing damage based on shield. And to make that happen, I need a bunch of AP. So, which better unit than a unit that combines offense, defense, and everything else in between in one unit in CZN? So, that's the plan. That is the plan. Alrighty. So yeah, that's the brief and short of it. So we pretty much go in the moment we get a homing laser epiphany. It either is divine or we go. And the way we want to try hoping or honing in on these divines is by making it to the Forbidden Tunnel and seeing if we can get a divine choice, right? If we can get a divine choice epiphany, that is pretty much our best chance, I'd say, to, specifically target a card and then have a chance at getting the epiphany we want. Ambush on CZN build is also crazy. I don't know, I feel like that's a hand size problem, right? You can only have so many ambushes until, it's just too many, right? What does WG even mean? It's an abbreviation of my very first channel that I made on YouTube, which has a W and it has a G, so we just put it together because the name was a bit of a mouthful, and I'm not the most creative, huh? How about that? Yeah, ambush CZN, I mean, it depends, right? Like, surely it does have its merits. And potentially, if you wanted to play like a CZN only deck, like you play 2 zero card decks and then a CZN deck, you should be able to manage the hand size if you have like 2 or 3 ambushes. Alright. But yeah, outside of that, I think it's just too many. Ooh, good start. So this is also kind of a bit more of a requirement for us to like make this happen in the first place, and that is we do also preferably want to get the mutant sample, meaning we can cut out more basic cards. Alright, let's see if we have everything else we need. I think we do. We get the break here. Would you say the best divine AP? AP. I would say, like, just based on how do you get the reroll on the dices? It's research. You need to do your research in your Arc City, and then you'll be able to unlock the dice reroll ability, which is then kept based on like the amount of dice you have each day, which you can also increase, or the amount of you know what I mean, right? Time things and time things, yeah. And then yeah, that's pretty much that. So research. With Selena, AP feels useless because she breaks so much already. I'd rather have vulnerability. Yeah, no, it's not about what she does with the AP. It's what it opens up for the remainder of your team, right? It's about having your team take advantage of all that extra AP. In an optimized Serenia build, the lasers fill your whole hand when ravaged, no need for any ambush. Oh, well, it depends, right? Like, it's not always are you going to be able to break an enemy multiple times a turn. You also don't always really know how many you're getting back. I don't think it's as straightforward as being like, yeah, if you have a perfect rotation, it's always going to be 10 out of 10 hand cards in hand, right? Alright, so we didn't get our homing laser epiphany, we just got a new one. And one of the reasons why I'm a bit more confident on us being able to have a realistic chance at building the AP laser is because the homing laser is the first card you unlock on Serenia. So no matter what, you will have the card. Would ambush be worth it with a Mark Epiphany on a Selena Mark build? Obviously. Like, if you build a Mark build, getting more sources of building Marks is a good thing, right? A smart idea, especially if you only have, like, let's say 2 or 3 copies of the homing laser. Is it even worth it to grind the perfect deck? Doesn't it get reset and the deck's removed? Why would the decks get removed? No, you always keep the decks, and at minimum you'll be able to use them in hyperspace. We also don't know if like for example the tower mode, right? The tower mode seems to be another mode where regardless of season you'll be able to use your save data. Seeing as how the tower releases at the end of season 1. And there was no mention about it requiring, like, let's say, Season 2 save data, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. So you'll always be able to do something with your save data. And it's more kind of like I just want to experience it for myself, you know? Get a bit of an idea on how strong is it actually, right? Alright, proof of existence, which is not quite what we're looking for. Oh, it might just be. Okay, come on. Maybe we can hit homing laser here already. Nope, shining core. Alright. Let's go with the unique one, which increases the chances of us copying what we want to copy. Let's see what the second event is. Let's hope for a rare one. Stagnant time. Okay, no. Now this should be a bit more of a dud. So we're just going to go with the triple question mark, meaning this is the end of our Forbidden Tunnel. I mean, we're gambling, right? We're gambling, so let's see what happens until we get to the boss, to our Divine Laser. Yo, Laser Razor, what's up? Alright, let's get ourselves another card here. For Selena, would the attack weakness be better to combo with her card that does coordinated attack when an enemy attacks weakness? It depends, right? Like, one of the reasons why the attack weakness card is so good is in the current, for example, Great Rift, you're facing an instinct enemy that is both weak to Cassius and Serenia. And obviously, if you're running that card, you want to make sure that whatever DPS you are using is getting the the benefit of being type effective. Like, I, for example, thought about using, let's say, Luke and Selena together in the same setup, but I don't think there's anything that's at the moment weak to order where it would really become useful. The triple question mark core boss is a bit hard. Any advice for beating him? If you can, I try to save up for the 8-hit turns. Like, I think it's every 3rd or every 4th turn where his action count goes from I think goes to infinity, and he gets this one buff where he has the number 8, right? The number 8 buff where you have to hit him 8 times. So having the ability to ensure to hit him 8 times during that turn gives you basically another turn, which should be a major step in being able to defeat him. And outside of that, I don't think even it's that necessary to beat him, because you really do not lose anything by losing to the guy besides maybe another chance at, let's say, purple gear. Is Serenia and Musper? I've been saving my currency for future characters. Don't let her slip away. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Ooh, Divine. One sec. I don't know what to tell you, but she is our first limited unit. Double Divine. Okay, she is our first limited unit. She is damn strong. And, yeah, I don't think there's a better unit to spend your summons on to at least get one copy. Yeah, I don't think you can think of anybody that would be more worthy. There is no better banner, right? There hasn't been ever a better banner. It probably will be a while before there is a better banner, so yeah. I don't know if there's much more to say to that, you know? She's worth E6. No character in this game is worth E6ing. You never ever have to E6 anybody. They'll always be able to perform at whatever level they need to. You'll be able to beat every content. Like, there is a 0% chance that the devs will introduce a piece of content that requires you to E6 someone. So, if you want to E6 somebody, sure, she's the best choice. But keep in mind, A, it's going to be fucking expensive. B, it has to be within your means. And C, you don't need it, right? Oh, another... Why are we getting so many monster cards? I kind of feel like taking them, though, just for fun, you know? Maybe I shouldn't. Because monster cards can be copy targets, right? Do I recommend grinding gears through simulations or chaos? It depends. So, are you farming for gear sets, right? If you're farming for a specific gear set, like let's say the crit set, then farming through chaos is a bad idea, right? If you specific target farm a set, then you should farm it through simulations. And also, do you have the time, right? That's just the two important factors. Farm a specific set, do simulations, have very few time in your day to like continuously run chaos, farm it in simulations. Have a lot of time and are farming more broadly and also mainly looking for right side gear, then chaos is obviously the way to go. Hey Nilo, I appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Alright. Monster cards can be a copy target. Yeah, I'm pretty certain they can. Not that it's even really possible to keep multiple monster cards in the deck, but that doesn't really stop them from being a copy target. How about Pico? Is she worth it? I mean, out of all the partner banners we had, she is by far the most worth it. Then again, she is a partner, right? Like, the main argument for her, she's limited, right? You don't really want to miss out on anything that's limited, but if you can, try to either get it quick through summons or just use the 300 currency to finish her off. She is the first partner that we have that has a, you could say, permanent effect, right? You activate the partner once, and every time you break during your turn, you then get the 25% crit bonus. So she is unique in what she does. You think it would be worth trying the homing laser spam with the Luke Dance demon card for attack cards used? Yeah, I don't see why not. It's just that outside of that card, Luke doesn't bring a lot of, you could say, utility. So if you, for example, bring Cassius and Serenial just to build up the Luke cards, the enemy will probably die just through Serenial and Cassius alone, you know? Why does the series auto kobold? It's not an auto kobold. She just uses the same voice, and it's what the E6 does. It takes a look at the enemy break bars, and once the enemy gets broken, for every break bar you deal in a hit equal to 80% of damage. Alright, can we get a homing laser epiphany? We can. Now, the real trouble sets in. We would need to hit the same homing laser AP epiphany twice. I've had easier quests. I have had easier quests and missions before. I gotta be honest with you here. Things definitely have been easier in the past. Alright. But then again, it is rather a bit more easier to find divine epiphanies in the interior, right? Because we can look for the guy that has like this quest, and we can also, what we'll do here is go into the divine tunnel, go into the forbidden tunnel, get the researchers at the end, and hopefully have them pick out one of our homing lasers as a divine target. But I don't really think you should call it auto cobalt. It is definitely weaker than a cobalt, for sure. Has anybody made an agony deck with Serenia? I don't think it's worth it. It really isn't worth it. The amount of damage you get from the 4 cobalt decks is definitely less than what you get if you were to like go with, let's say, vulnerability or AP instead, right? E6 Shizuru, E6 Shizuru. No, E4. I wouldn't go past E4 on Shizuru under any circumstances, really. But we might miss Heart of the Ore Vein. Yeah, but we might also just miss getting the Divine Epiphany. And because we're Divine hunting, we just have to take some risks. And then again, through playing the interior quite a lot, I usually have yet to encounter a series of events where me taking the Divine Tunnel actually, or Forbidden Tunnel, actually made me lose out, right? Actually made me lose out on the Ore Vein, because the Ore Vein usually tends to be rather close to the boss, with the Porter being, yeah, you could say significantly before that. But hey, it is what it is, right? Yes, we're grinding for preferably 4-copy AP laser. Obviously, this run isn't really a good start. We are not really looking too great. But I also didn't expect it to get it on our first try. So yeah, we just have to see what happens. How do you build a team in Chaos if you want to focus on a support deck like Nia, Cassius, Nia, etc.? Honestly, if you have a Serenia, put Serenia in their team, right? She is the craziest Chaos carry we have at the moment. And outside of that, if you want ultimate safety, just bring a Mika, right? Bring Serenia Mika as the base and then your support next to it. But if your support has any type of like self-regeneration, self-healing abilities like E2 Cassius, you should be fine going in with the healer Serenia and then any third unit of your choice. Waku Waku, I agree. What else might there be to this? Could you max... yeah, I think that's pretty much about it. Right? Like, bring Serenia, bring whatever support you want, and you should be, for the most part, fine. Like, just make sure that, especially if you're running a very, like, heal-weak team, do not play on a map that doesn't allow you to rest, right? That should be pretty obvious. You just want a 9 lobby on my game as soon as possible, you don't care about anything else, you have to wait until, like, the 4th of February or something close to that. Could we make a Serenia work with Leia? Also, is it worth it using Cassius if I don't have dupes? Yeah, Cassius doesn't care about dupes. The only problem is it's going to be a bit harder for you to make a deck, right? But in general, Cassius really doesn't care about dupes for most purposes. Besides the scenario of, for example, you using the Joker card at a point where all your target cards are in the graveyard, right? That's like the only negative you could find here. We shouldn't have taken the monster cards. Yeah. So, is this already the point where we say abandon ship? Because it's very fucking unlikely for us to get two further divines here. I might just... Let's see, what else do we have? Unepiphany. Yeah, no, we're cooked. Alright. Was a good run, boys. Starting on a new free-to-play account, gets Serenia within the first couple of pulls. Should I get a partner or save up for Naja, etc.? Ooh. I mean, if you could afford Serenia's partner, you have a very, very solid base of a character with a perfect partner. And there's not much you could do wrong with that. And especially seeing as you are on a new account, you should be able to afford both Serenia and her partner and Naja on top as well. So... But the partner, it's not a must. What you could try is play the game, get the standard summon with your summons, and see if you can get 300 currency to buy Peko from the shop. To save yourself both the summons and still get the partner. Why not use Ray instead of Mika? It doesn't really make too much of a difference. Mika is a bit more there for safety if I need stronger healing. And yeah, it really doesn't end up changing much. It's a bit more safety for a tiny bit less of unique cards, in that we could potentially get that one very specific card on Ray that would give us another unique card, right? I don't really see it as too much of a good trade-off. Alright, credit rewards no longer appear in battle areas, but we would get 400 credits. I'm greedy, why not? Alright. Once again, let's see the best way to the tunnel. Tunnel is down here, so one down up anyway, and then ooh, can we 1, 2? Ah, it's a campfire regardless. Can we kind of cut up in? No, we can't. So it doesn't seem like we can avoid the campfire anyway, so might as well just through up, through the whole way and see what happens. And you went from E1 to E1 to E2. Think it was big enough an improvement to try for? It's chaos run quality of life, right? Having 2 lasers to start out in a chaos run against every single fight is pretty incredible, right? It is huge chaos QL. Like, if you want an even easier time on chaos, and especially potentially preparing for the future with more difficult chaos stages, more rewards for beating higher stages instead of only doing difficulty 8, then it definitely comes in clutch. But yeah, you barely notice the extra draw. It's kind of like just overfill and protection. Yeah, it's noticeable, but it's not necessary. Have we abandoned? No. I've basically decided for myself that I can luckily decide exactly when that account is gonna have its day 2. So we did day 1, I haven't logged in since, and whenever we decide to go back to it, which is probably tomorrow, I can just call it day 2, because it will be day 2. So, yeah. That's the game plan. Luckily, I'm not too bothered by like events or continuous logins. So that's pretty much the plan there. Yeah, I just wanted to get some other stuff in order, especially seeing as how we barely made it into the new year. And I just had other things on my plate, pretty much. Well, that's a short version of it. Regarding a Shizuru deck, do you think Moonstrike spam deck is better than Max Hit Shadow of the Moon Plus deck? The only time where it really would potentially start becoming better is once you have yourself the E2, right? Once you have yourself the E2 on Serenia, that's Shizuru, right? That's the only time I would really think it ever starts becoming viable. And even then, I don't know. Like, in terms of raw damage output, just mathematically and everything else, getting the strongest strike just leads to the most amount of damage, right? We still need a couple more other, like, we need a final piece, you know? We need a final unit to slot into that Serenia Shizuru combo to really take this to, like, that next level. It's better to spam the basic attacks. I mean, for spamming the basic attacks, it heavily depends on what kind of side cards you're using, right? Like, for example, are you using Ray, right? If you're using Ray, you can get the card that increases the damage of the basic cards by playing out the... you know the card that I'm talking about. Or are you, for example, running in Nia so that you can just increase the damage of singular hit instances by discarding your whole deck? it really depends on what are you playing around Shizuru that gives you the answer to what is her strongest version, I guess. We need a better and go up-to-date Rin guide like a real guide. Yeah, true, true. Somebody has to take Rin out of the shadows and make her cook again. You're not incorrect. Do you think Naja could be that one unit to fit perfectly into the Serenia Shizuru idea? I mean, listen, I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm also not saying releasing 3 units back to back to back could make a good team, right? Like, there's always that chance that Shizuru into Serenial into Naja isn't a coincidence, right? But who knows? Nobody really does. I got the 4-4 hitter Oni Hunt and Elite Tsuku I farmed for 2 days and had enough of trying to grind that normal attack Shizuru. Yeah, I don't... If you want to play normal attacks, just play Mei Lin. Right? Like, I gotta be honest with you. If you want to play a basic attack build, just play Mei Lin instead. Her basic attacks are just more potent. Not just with her ultimate synergizing with it, but you also have that big payoff finisher in the Dragon Spiral Kick, right? What do you think of the upcoming Tower of Screams? Given the devs, leaks of preferred Vanguards with counter, is it a good time to invest? I don't see how they're going to make Serenial bad, right? Even if you are running a Vanguard, then you can run the Vanguard for the defensive side of things. But you might as well just continue running Serenial to like carry the offense, which is also one of the reasons why we're going for the AP build now. And that is, why don't you just use AP Serenial combined with a Collab and her X-Cost card to give you a ridiculous shield? For a double hit AP laser? No, I'm looking for any AP laser. Preferably... Ooh, a lot of epiphanies. Nice, unique. Doesn't really make a difference what we pick here. Unique? Unique, perfect. Alright, so we got ourselves a bunch of unique cards on the side as well. So our copy chances now went soaring up. Yeah, now we still need the laser. We still need the laser epiphany. But yeah, no, any laser like the 3 cost, the 3 afterglow laser, the destruction laser, or the return to hand at start of turn laser, all of those would be pretty awesome in terms of getting the 1 AP epiphany on them, right? I'm not really too fussed about which one it could be, right? I'm not really too bothered by it. I think all of them are pretty darn strong. So we just see whatever one we get first. Should I put you on Serenia banner and also get a partner using crystals on your account or save? I mean, if you're playing on a new account, I don't think you can do much wrong by going for that. Like, if you're on a new account, going Serenial and her partner sets you up for pretty much life, right? But if you want to, you can skip out on the partner. Just keep in mind, new account means you still play it for a while regardless. And not picking up the partner could definitely be something you regret in the future. Alright, let's see what it is. Divine? No. Alright, it was a good run, boys. It was a good run. If my first team is Serenia, Cass and Selena, who will be best to pair with Shizuru like her dream team? Ooh, you could try Shizuru, Rei, Mika. Yeah, Shizuru, Rei, Mika might just go quite hard. What support unit other than Rei, Mika and Cassis would be good for Serenia? Nia. So yeah, if you haven't yet, make sure you get your way towards building Nia. And preferably, if you want to build a successful Nia, you get yourself the cube from Blue Pot. You get a Serenia deck with double lasers with Mark and also Plasma Missile with Mark. How good is that in your opinion? It depends on how much extra attack damage you can cram onto your Serenia, right? The more extra attack you get in the substats, the better that deck. Pretty much. So yeah, it really depends on how much extra damage you can cram into that. And also if you're running her with a Selena, that further increases the damage of all marks by running the plus 50% mark damage as well as the plus 40% unique mark damage increase. I've been farming for Nia's Eternal Hunger and 3 to 4 Dajos, countless runs, still nothing. I'm on the brink of uninstalling. Then take a step back. Like, if it's that mentally crushing for you, take a step back. How about that? Take a step back, relax. You do not need the deck now. Wait until, for example, okay, so we can't get Mutant Sample anymore, but that's still alright. But yeah, no, if you really wanted to like farm for that perfect deck, why not make your life easier and do it once we get the Season 2 reroll Epiphany, skip Epiphany, reroll Divine, whatever else the devs can come up with. And, hey, Rex Diffin, appreciate the follow, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, right? You think Ray is enough support for a Rin? Yeah, I would say so. You just have to think about who's the third one you're running together with Rin, right? Am I free to play? I have had 2 free to play accounts, but this account here is not free to play, if that's what you're wondering. Your chance of getting a perfect deck only considering that 1 card and dupes is less than 0.1% chance? No, it depends, right? It depends. You can definitely skew things in your favor. Like, for example, sure, you might think getting a Divine Epiphany on a specific card is rare, but then again, there are events that do exactly that, right? And every time you hit that event, you have a very significant chance of actually succeeding in whatever you're going for. Is it worth getting Peko from the shop? I mean, if you're not summoning for Peko, then you better get her from the shop. It's obviously really hard to say how much value she'll retain in the future, but nothing beats the fact that she's limited, right? Maybe it's something, like, no matter what, it's always going to be a decent investment. It just depends on how good of an investment, whatever we're facing in the future, right? And if it even becomes necessary or all that much more useful if you do have Peko, right? All speculation, but hey, at the end of the day, limited is limited, and if gachas tell you anything, and that is, if you can afford it, don't miss out on anything limited. Alright, let's see, we could go down here, we can't go down here, we could go down 1, alright. We are in Master, yeah, I think we're currently ranked 370, we've been steadily dropping rank. I think my score is like 1.253-ish million. Once we're getting closer to like that final week, those final last few days, we might do another run or 2. But I'm happy with where I'm at, and I don't really see myself grinding that much anymore. But hey, if I can get another Serenial deck, then I wouldn't mind, right? I wouldn't mind. You kind of want both. You want both a Briar and a Kayron E3. Both are about as useful, because if you don't have Kayron's Ego skill in hand, you can't use the E3. And if you don't have Briar's partner skill in hand, you can't use Briar, right? If I had to prioritize between one of the two, I don't know, I'd probably say Briar first, and then get Kayron as a 50-50 loss or from the standard banner later. Almost hit a 6% crit chance for Serenia. What should I do? Continue farming. Continue grinding, right? It's as simple as that. Continue grinding, do what you've been doing, and you'll be able to hit it. Trust me, it's just gonna take whatever it takes, right? Could be a day, it could be tomorrow, it could be the day after. Just keep at it. See which pieces are the easiest to swap. Do some dedicated farming. Maybe even dedicate crafting. Are we on the new account? No. Do you suggest pulling from standard partners? Hell no. Never. Never. Never pull on the standard partner banner. Bah. Bad idea. Forget about that. Forget you ever had that thought. Don't do it. I have a 2 vulnerability laser, but I am looking for the 1 AP version right here. Which is kind of the deck we are hoping to get, you could say. That obviously was a mistake. Should I go beyond E4's free to play? Hell no, you already made it to E4. How about you just do the last 2 if you're that interested in her E6, do the last 2 with Omega dupes, right? If you're that interested in her E6, do it with Omega dupes, but you already being on E4 as a free-to-play first shouldn't be the case, so you should be very lucky, and you should be, I guess, even a bit more grateful that you even made it this far, and I would not recommend going any further, no. I put on the standard banner only because I have the most combatants. I'd rather get... Why would you get partners? Like, only a very few of the partners that are actually in there at the moment do actually provide a significant benefit. Like, for example, what if you get a Kiara? What if you get a Kiara, which is Renoa's dedicated partner? What are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with the Kiara? Right? What are you going to do with the Kiara if you do pull her? Right? For the most partners, it's not really worth it. Like, it would be better just saving up 300 currency and buying them from the shop. Like, buying a Janet, buying a Scarlet, buying a Briar. No RNG, better return, and character dupes are stronger than just getting a random partner. For completionist's sake, I mean, for completionist's sake, you can still buy them from the shop ever so slowly, right? But sure, if you just want to fill your Pokedex, then have at it, but then again... Then it was never a question if you would or weren't going to pull on the partner banner. You're just doing it because you want to do it, right? So that means that's great, right? But then just make it a statement, right? Be like, all right, I'm summoning on the partner banner because I want to collect every single possible unit in the game, right? At that point, there's not much I can do because you already made your decision, and that's totally fine because you can play the game you want the way you want to, right? But yeah, that's basically then at this point out of my hands. You've had level 0 no for a month and I got a Kiara, so I was forced to build her. Yep. And then potentially you realized, ah shit, maybe I should have just used Yuri instead. Tough times, tough times. Which partner in the battle pass should you pick? Nyx. And even if you, like, if you really don't want to think about your decisions for now, just pick 2 Nyxes. Like, even if you already picked one Battle Pass partner and it was a Nyx, just picking another one. Hey, it is what it is. Yo, Godslayer, appreciate the sub over on Twitch. Thank you very much. Lab 0 will become a zero system planet. So, once Season 2 comes around, we get a brand new planet, brand new events, brand new cards, everything else on top. But the whole Lab 0 planet will move over into the Zero system and become a planet you can naturally roll. Is Ring good enough to build from 0? What do you want to achieve, right? You have to ask yourself, what do you want to achieve? Do you want to have fun? Do you want to just play a unit that's good? Then absolutely. But if, let's say, you wanted to do 150,000 damage in one turn, then it's probably going to be a bit hard to achieve that with her, you know? You pinged me in flex. Alright, we can have a quick peek. We can have a quick peek. Let's have a look. Alright, let's see. So, we have ourselves the on Ravage, move to hand, add 1 hit, 1 AP, 4 copies. At Unepiphanied Plasma Missile, Shining Core on Unique, Unepiphanied Cobalt Light, 1 Pulse Fire and a Pale Shooting Star with the 0 cost weapon and the cube. That is pretty sweet. Are there things that could have been done better? Are there current things that could give you more damage, especially with extra epiphanies there? Yes, but you do have the 4 copy base, and that's pretty much worth its weight in gold. I think it might be possible for the devs to increase the odds of, like, maybe if the devs, yeah, maybe if Season 1 ends, the devs could definitely the devs could definitely decide to take out the normal or vein event and just keep in the rare version to and then potentially make Lab 0 farming even easier. But keep in mind, when Lab 0 goes into the 0 system, we'll probably all be farming the new planet anyway. Homing Laser can't get a draw, no, because it's an attack card. Only skill cards can get draw as a Divine Epiphany. Alright, what kind of options do we still have left here? Let's see. So we did get 1 Epiphany, 2 Epiphanies, 3 Epiphanies out. 1 more here. Here's still potentially a few of those coming in. Let's see. What's the point of seasonal save data? The ability to use it in seasonal content. That's pretty much the straightforward version of it, right? The point of seasonal save data is its availability in seasonal content, while also obviously being just save data that you can use in the future, right? Alright, no divine. I don't even need to look at the choice. Bye bye. The draw 2 on a 3 card is insane. Yeah, there's a bunch of really good neutral epiphanies. Like, for example, Mark 1 neutral epiphany on Serenia goes quite nuts. The same is true for the draw 2. Or even something like a 1 AP neutral epiphany on the double hitter. Right? On the double hitter Tenacity Plasma Missile. Which Yuki card should I aim to copy, and are you gonna make a dedicated Yuki build guide? Ooh, we need to delete some save data again. Give me everything below 35,000. We probably deleted some pretty sweet save data there, but I don't really have a choice. Don't really have the time to look through all that save data. If you want to copy a Yuki card, the draw card is a really good example. You want to copy that like 2 or 3 times, and then you want to get in like a copy of the Iceberg Cleave or the Flash Slash. Those are then your other 2 targets, really. Do we need an external mark source for Selena? No, Selena can provide all the marks she needs for her mark build coming from herself. But if you're running a Selena and you want to get the most out of her mark buffs, running a second unit that benefits by applying marks can be smart. Could I show you my Shizuru epiphanies? I mean, I made myself a basic attack build, right? I have a basic attack build just with the basic attack Oni hunt. And then I have myself my standard plus 60% damage times 2 hit, multi-hit Shizuru build-up build. I mean, we can have a quick peek. So yeah, I'm not quite sure about this build, but this build does have 2 Forbidden Ecstasies, so it's always fun to show off, right? So there's 2 Forbidden Ecstasies, the add 1 hit plus 1 Will-O-Wisp for a whole bunch of Shadow of the Moon generation, combined with the 60% times 4 plus 40% damage to the next card used. So just yeah, a bunch of Shadow of the Moon generation, as well as also when Shadow of the Moon is used, decrease cost of the next 1 card used. So pretty much the ability to just, yeah, this is my idea of like a Shadow of the Moon spam build, if you want to call it that. And then we have ourselves, let's see here, this is still my favorite build, just 2 Shadow of the Moon Tsukuyomi hits. If I could, I would like to get an additional Tsukuyomi copy or an additional Oni hunt, but this Oni hunt plus 60%, this card plus 2 hits, stack that up a whole bunch of times and just, yeah, get to pounding with the Shadow of the Moon. And then I had another one that was quite interesting. Let's see. I think it was my basic build. I think I have a basic build somewhere. Yeah, this one. create, I have a triple copy Oni Hunt with a Shadow of the Moon. When an attack card is used, 2 Will-O-Wisps. And the 2 cost of 1 card, buy 1. Combined with the 30% chess piece, 25% damage, 30% damage. Yeah. Pretty much overall, I'd say, decently solid. Yeah, so those are like my Shizuru decks, I guess. You got the 30% damage divine on when destroy extra hit. That's crazy. Oh yeah, here for those of you curious, this is where we're currently at. Rank 371. I do not know how many people are in master, but 371 still makes you a master. And as I said, our score is 1.249418 million. But I haven't actually attempted it in quite some time now. All right, off we go into the next one. Is Renault's Dirge Bullet count as a unique card? Yes. Yes, if you want to make Renault's Dirge Bullets hit harder, you need to max out her unique potential. Could I somehow upload one of my Great Rift plays? See, that's the thing. I'm still not 100% certain on how exactly I want to play Great Rift, because y'all know how when you play 2 heal cards, you die, right? If you play it properly, you can actually gain incredible amounts of value out of playing a heal card once per turn. And that is at least, let's see, yeah, that's a good path at the top. But that's under the condition that when you do trigger your first heal card, he's going to put a whole bunch of those debuff cards into your deck. The condition for that to be useful is the ability to break twice, so break the enemy twice before you pull that card. Because then you're going to get a bunch of 0-cost draw cards that you could use to get yourself even more, Cassius cards, right? The Ultimate Serenial deck is a straight up 4-copy Divine Epiphany Homing Laser. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for Divine Homing Lasers, preferably a 4-copy, 4-copy Divine Homing Laser of any of the 3. Even a base homing laser could work. Ooh, you know what? I think one of the most cracked homing lasers out there might just be, listen to this, I know it's outrageous, but basic homing laser, 1 mark on hit, standard epiphany, 1 AP divine epiphany. A man can dream, you know? But yeah, no, we're pretty much looking for any epiphany of a homing laser that has divine on it with 1 AP, and we probably want to try to get that in 4 copies. It does cost a lot of faint memories, I know. So we either find ourselves the mutant sample, or we just have to keep some basics in, right? We either find ourselves the mutant sample, or we just have to keep some basics in. That's just the way it goes. You get a Whirlpool Mika with 1 AP and 2 vulnerable. So it's possible 2 with the Serenial laser. No, the reason why it's 2 vulnerable on that laser is because of the base cost of the card. The neutral epiphanies a card can get are in part determined by the cost of the card. The higher the cost of the card, the stronger the neutral epiphanies. So, for example, getting something like 2 draw can happen on the Cobalt Light, but you never ever see a 2 draw on. Ooh. Is that deck worthy? But yeah, you'll never ever see a 2 draw option appear on a homing laser. Is this worth it for us to build a deck around? Quadruple Shining Core, create 3, draw 1. It certainly looks pretty. It certainly does look pretty. It just feels bad, right? Leaving a divine out on the side of the road. It truly just does. Alright, give me... down. No AP to use all that? I don't think it's that bad. Like, it's 4 cards. That's 4 AP. You tell me we'd be unable to find 4 AP in a turn? That's just crazy. RNNRQ, thank you very much for the tier 1 over on Twitch. Greatly appreciated. Is Pico level 2 worth it for 300 points? Hell no. Save your points. Like, if you're at the point where you think about getting multiple copies of Pico, you either, you have to be able to afford it, right? Like, if you're a spender, significant spender, right? Then sure, go at it, have fun, I'm not going to stop you. But if you want to do anything more with your resources, or you don't want to throw a bunch of cash at every single problem, then going for multiple Pico copies is not the way to go. The deck we're looking for is multi-AP Divine Epiphany Homing Laser. That's the baseline of what we want to get. Hey, Winner, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Alright. Why do I see the... This is weird. Hey, SJ, thank you. Why do I see the text in the chat box before I see it on my stream overlay telling me the messages? That's cursed. That's not the way it's meant to be. Oh, holy shit. Ululu Burger. Yo, what's up? Appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's a name and a half. Maybe too many messages and it crashed the overlay? Or like one of those has to be behind. But which chat is behind? Is it the chat box? Is it the multi-stream chat over on the side? I don't know. Such a mystery. Oh no, they should be caught up simply. Feels like the +1 AP homing laser is one of the rarer ones. No, there's just 7 different divine epiphanies I think that can apply. Let's count. Let's count, okay? So, epiphanies. Okay, so epiphanies, divine epiphanies. Reduce the cost doesn't apply. AP applies. Increases damage, so that's 2. Tenacity damage can hit as well, so that's 3. Coordinated attack can hit, so that's 4. Always attack weakness could be the one, so that's 5. Agony, so that's 6. And vulnerability, yeah, it's a 1 in 7. A 1 in 7 is just that. A 1 in 7. Pretty rare. What kind do you think? Might she be a Vanguard or a controller? She doesn't look chunky enough. Hey, Crest, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. She doesn't really look chunky enough to be a Vanguard. Then again, most of our Vanguards really ain't that chunky. But I feel like it would be about time for us to get a support. But I wouldn't mind any of those. Now you feel worse? See, you shouldn't have asked. Right? Like, if you're scared about knowing the odds of what you're attempting, you shouldn't have asked. Hey, Ice Princess, appreciate it. Thank you very much. I get a Plasma Mystic with draw and can draw twice if not ravaged. Godly. That's sweet. She's thick though. Yep, now that might be a hint. Hey, Arcade, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. You think she's a psionic? I don't know. Another psionic? Obviously her cards At least the ones we've seen on the website, which might or might not be final. They could be psionic as well. But I feel like we already got Shizuru as a psionic, so... I mean, that didn't stop them from doing double Striker and Haruyuki. Yeah, we'll have to see. Then again, we only... which website did you just use to check all the epiphanies? Let me post it again. Here, bam, copy... stream... There you go. That's the link I just used. For those of you on Twitch, you beautiful people, let me give you the link as well. Create a dashboard, stream manager. There you go. Alright. That's what we just used. Yeah, so what? Oh yeah, Wednesday, right? We get all where we need to know on Wednesday. Hey, White12, appreciate it. You should pin a message with the useful info on the Discord. I should. I really should. You're correct. I really should. Thanks a bunch. No problem. What's your opinion on the one afterglow laser that moves to hand at start of the turn with 2 of a vulnerable divine epiphany? It's pretty strong, right? It is still my strongest deck. Exactly that one at the 4 copy. Is the best deck I have available on my Serenial at the moment. Like, the vulnerable, you can do a lot with it. You can do a lot with it. Who are we talking about that is thick? Every single character in the game, but no, here in particular we're talking about Narja, whose faction and element, at least, we should be getting revealed on Wednesday. What card should I remove for Mika when farming for Serenial decks? As many of her Epiphany cards as you can. Right? As many of her Epiphany cards like Whirlpool and the other ones as you can. Just make sure that you survive the run, right? Like, make sure you can A, remove a whole bunch of cards from your Serenial, at least in terms of basics, when you need to. And B, make sure you have the capability to remove copy targets, right? The only reason why you're removing cards from Mika in the first place is to reduce the copy targets available at copy selections. So that's pretty much what we're looking for. Oh yeah, I could show you my best Serenial build, but you do have to wait until we fail or win this run right here. Before we can have a look at it. I gotta be honest with you, I don't think anybody would disagree if I were to say Whirlpool has the highest divine chances out of any card in the game. Like, either it's just misconception because it always annoys you that much, or there is actually more to it, because I swear, for every single person that plays this game, Mika's Whirlpool has the highest divine chances out of all of them. Why did you still play with voice lines activated? I mean, it has a certain vibe to it, a certain feel. It ain't even a conspiracy. Facts. Yeah, see? I'm not the only one. Yep, true. I don't know why, but it's just the way it goes, huh? It's just unflattering. It is unflattering design in the way she's crouched while sitting. It's nothing too crazy, and I think they're gonna rework her sprite, but yes, in the current way she looks on the website, she looks a little bit too chubby, huh? And it's always the 2-cost attack card. Yep, it's always. Alright, is this our call? It's not a divine, okay. But it's also not a mark, which means... See, if it were a mark, I might even be... Like, if we get a mark neutral epiphany, I could accept going for that as a run, because I'm interested to at least just have a Serenial mark build out there just because. What buffs do I think Hugo will get? I think that's a pretty unimportant question for now because it's all the way in April, right? And I think he doesn't even really need any buffs at the moment. He's pretty good at what he does, right? You attack and he follows up. So the more you attack, the more he follows up. Yes, there might still be some buffs to Hugo and other characters, and I think it's at least decently likely with the release of Season 2 there should be some general enhancements to underused epiphanies, but the only real confirmed buff we have is indeed all the way in April. Should he focus on potential or fragments on Hugo? None of his potential does anything for Hugo. Focused on fragments. That's where you get the power, the extra damage substat. You needed a lot of Mika Epiphany cards in a run and still somehow managed to get the Divine Epiphany for her was kinda stunned. Tis what it is, right? It's fate. Why are they even trying to buff Hugo? I don't know. The devs seem to be very omnipotent when it comes to monitoring game data. Right? More important question is how they're gonna kill Cassius. I don't think they'll kill Cassius. Like, I don't like that everybody's coming up with this talk about like how Tressa is dead, how Cassius is dead. How about we wait first and see what they do and then decide on what it is, right? Like even if, for example, let's say they make his dice trick upgrade card unique, it wouldn't really change much because even with just one dice trick upgrade epiphany, he's still plenty strong. Even if, for example, they increase the, let's say, 000, they make it quintuple 0, and now you have to play 5 0-cost cards to get the effect, you would still be able to use him, but he would just be more in line with all the other supports in the game, right? Like, we just have to see what they do. Thanks to you, we're able to build an insane Serenia deck with 3 copies of Shining Core, Homing Laser Creation with 1 Morale, 1 Resolve. Nice! They really should nerf him in Great Rift though. Outside of rank content, it doesn't matter really how broken he is. I mean, they can just make the next Great Rift do something to stop Cassius, right? Like, I also don't know why so many people in general seem to be focused on the Great Rift. Like, the Great Rift is a singular event in this game that clearly favors certain combatants based on how the fight is structured. Just because one fight favors one character doesn't mean that the next one can't just favor other people. One of the only reasons why Cassius and Serenia are pulling the numbers they are is because every time you break the boss, you get a 50% increase to instinct card damage per turn. Turn 1, 50% instinct damage. Turn 2, 100% increased. Turn 3, 150, 102, it goes up to a 500% increase in instinct card damage just through boss mechanics alone, right? Alright, where is the Forbidden Tunnel? It's down here. Yeah, we should be able to just go through. There's no other content to farm for. Yeah, I guess that's where the tower mode comes in, right? January 14th. From, yeah, 10 days, people. We are 10 days away from the tower mode that you can farm for. We have a ton of damn game modes on the horizon. And, yeah, but also, at the end of the day, you are only farming for the fun of it, right? You're never going to need that one perfect deck to deal with content. You're only really farming it for it because it's fun. If it's not fun for you, then don't do it. Right? There is no real need for you to farm these perfect divine decks. You heard you need tanks? I mean, that's the way the devs described it, but then again, what the devs describe and what you actually need might be two completely different things, right? Before we know how the tower mode works, there is no need to like speculate on anything what might be true, right? We just have to see. Like, just because they say you need vanguards, we don't even know how tanky your team needs to be, right? It could be that you just bring a Collab, have Collab apply like a 200 shield each turn, and you're still fine. You want to have chibi home deco like in Arc Knights? Yeah. You know, I do find it interesting that a big part of what the devs are also working on is the ability for us to eat together with our combatants at Starshine dinner. Like, out of all the things that they could be working on, they are also working on the ability for us to eat together with our combatants at Starshine dinner. I don't trust what the devs say. Still remember the one time they turned Luke into a passion character. That had nothing to do with the devs. That was probably either some intern or just somebody that had to do something last minute and accidentally used the wrong image. It also was done properly on another stream, and I don't think you can really hold it too much against them. At the end of the day, the only thing you could blame them for is potentially a lack of preparation, but that doesn't really have any say in future content or what the devs work on. Did the Starshine update happen already? No. The Starshine dinner is still as it was before, but you should still make sure you do your food, right? Like, for example, I completely forgot to buy the food buffs. If you want to succeed in Chaos, get yourself that extra defense, get yourself the extra crit damage, and you're going to have a higher chance of success. Who would have believed it? Question, why are you looking for the Divine Epiphany in your homing laser card with 1 AP if the character Serenia doesn't need AP to function? So that you have more freedom in the teammates you can play with her, right? More AP means more stupid stuff you can come up with. Like, AP is the base resource of the game. You can never have too much AP. If I need attack weakness, I can just find the homing laser epiphany to apply passion weakness to the enemy. I don't need to find the divine epiphany to make that work, right? Why do you use Mika instead of Rey? Your characters are strong enough, you don't need Mika. There's no difference. There is no difference between me using Mika or Rey. It comes out to pretty much the same thing, besides a minuscule chance for me to get the unique card upgrade epiphany on a card that I'm probably gonna discard anyway. It doesn't make a difference, right? Rey is more unique. Exactly, but only if you hit that one very specific epiphany on the one card that I'm going to sell at the beginning of a run anyway. So, yeah. She lets her kill much faster. I don't need anybody to kill faster, right? It's just a simple case of, I don't need it. I don't need it. You got the second constellation. Do I need the third one? You could buy it from the shop. Also, you came live at the perfect time, so I don't even know the build. Oh, alright, let me make sure we play everything well here, though. So, let me do a 1. And then this one. I mean, no. We have to do this a bit differently. What do you mean sounds like I prefer Mika? I'm just not bothered by any of the two options. Like, if you want me to, I can swap in Rey next run if you're happy. Like, if that is what makes your day, I don't care. I swap in Rey next run. It's same, you know? I was farming the zero system, managed to get a crazy 1 AP move to hand at start of the turn or Ravage homing laser, and I just made it to where I can play a second DPS so much easier. Exactly. Alright, let's see if we can get a weapon. Come on. Weapon, 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 weapon. No. Ah, shit. Alright. It's not really worth it for us to put that on our Serenial here. Alright. Where was the route? 1, 2, 3 question marks and 1 down. Yeah, perfect. Do you think 4-piece Judgment or 2-2-2 for Cassius for Great Rift? Probably Judgment. Just in terms of where you're going to get that bit more damage is probably Judgment. But you know what? It might actually be the Instinct card damage set based on cards in hand that actually gives you more damage. Great Rift specifically, if you can get the other Instinct set, you'll probably walk away with a bit more damage. What would a weapon of his do? He can drop the best weapon in the entire game in the gun that gives you 18% attack, which is the highest damage multiplier you'll find anywhere. Or we could get the weapon that gives 8% attack to the whole team, which also at least includes the character themselves. So technically that one even wouldn't be too bad as a main weapon on Serenial, even though it would help the team out a bit more. If you then also get that weapon on a teammate as well, you could, for example, still get a 16% attack bonus. Are they doing nerfs or just buffs in the next update? There won't really be any nerfs still, right? Like, what they're mainly gonna do is, like, change some epiphanies, make unpopular epiphanies better, increase the healing capacity of other units. Yeah, but that's all season 2. All the like big changes are gonna be season 2, whereas this like end of season 1 moving into preseason is mainly just gonna be new game mode and a couple more of these, like, I guess, quality of life features, if you want to call them that. Hey, good to see you again. I hope everything goes well. Yo, Gold Branch, what's up? Been a while. Now the 40% damage for one zero cost cards is way better. That's not quite how the calculations work. And one of the reasons why it's not as great is because homing laser itself doesn't really have a very high base multiplier. And also then again, she does have more cards than just her homing laser that you also want to use. Obviously, yes, it's the most used, but getting the extra damage for example, Cobalt Light, or the Star Strike, what's the name of the purple card? Star Strike, Gazer, something. Pay the Shooting Star. Close enough, right? Getting an epiphany there as well, getting the damage there, it adds up, right? Is there a way to make Haru and Serenia work? Just put them into a team. They're going to be good together, but by no means are they going to be incredibly great. Am I living in the US? No, I am not living in the US. I am a European. Does save data from Lab 0 carry over to the next season? It does. It does not get deleted, but we probably won't be able to use it for the Season 2 events, and that's because we'll have to farm Season 2 save data. But you should still, by all means, be able to use it to, for example, Hyperspace Basin, probably the Tower Mode, and other such events, right? Only time will tell which events will and won't allow standard save data. Star Strike, Gazer, hey, it's same thing, you know? Same. Is there a difference between unlocking an epiphany mid-battle or after the battle? No. Besides doing it on a boss fight where you can get a copy. Because you can copy first and get the epiphany upgrade after. But that's just a bit more of an advanced technique, and the only benefit of waiting with the epiphany after the fight Because you could, for example, if you know an epiphany is going to give you a card, you do your copy first and then get the card to get like that tiny edge in terms of copy chance. Is your pay shooting star bugged? Because I have it at E0, but it activates 5 instead of 3. You were, like, my best idea for what happened to you was, you went into a chaos run, and you picked the Fate. And the Fate made your Serenial E1, and that's the best I can come up with. Yeah. You played with the, increase the ego manifestation of a combatant by 1, and that's why she activated 5 instead of 3. Am I pushing hard enough the lab? I'm level 45, max DPS is level 50. I can't seem to get out of the level 75 lab. Do I need to skill up more or skill differently? Which lab are we currently in? What's the enemy difficulty in phase 8? Is it 80? Might just be, right? You should be, like, it is absolutely possible for you to be able to beat difficulty 8 all the way up to difficulty 11 with level 50 units. Yes, it is possible, but just keep in mind it is difficult. You might have to make some different decisions, and it also depends on how good your memory fragments are, right? Our homing epiphany now is still the vulnerability one, but the one we're looking for is the AP one. Div 8 is 80, yeah. Yeah, you can do it, but it's not the easiest thing in the world. Alright, come on. Alright. So far we have yet to see one divine homing laser, but we shall not give up yet. We're going to hold out hope, and we gotta stay strong. Selena and the other girl with the Adagio skill are best teammates. Nia only if you get that one card from Blue Pot. And let's see. Selena, really good in the current Great Rift. Still remains to be seen how effective Selena will be as a teammate in fights where they just have bigger tenacity bars, right? Like, you can definitely sneak your way through and get something quite good going against like 13 bar tenacities, but recharging a 13 bar tenacity and breaking that multiple times a turn, that's probably where the difficulty would start, right? Like, the whole tenacity bar recharging is currently just hyper effective in Great Rift, not really as applicable outside of Great Rift. Serenia can eat difficulty 11? She can, indeed. Alright, what is it? Mark? Oh! Okay. I might be able to be convinced. Because I have some pretty sweet extra attack focused gear that I could also throw on her. But we would have to get the copy. We'd have to get the copy here, otherwise I'm not gonna bother with it. That's a pretty clear answer, isn't it? I don't think I can quite show you the deck, but I can show you the card, if that makes you feel any better. Like, the rest of the deck is definitely more flexible, but what I want to see is... Bang, bang, boom. No. This one. I want this, but preferably more copies than 2. Right? Preferably more than 2 copies. But if worst comes to worst, I just have to be happy with this one. But if I can get more, I want more. Oh, also, my Serenia gear has even more improved. Look at this stat line. Yep. So we're now at a comfortable 199.9% crit damage, 61.2 on 830 attack still. Now, our Serenia gear is definitely going places. Yeah, my potential is maxed out. Unique cards maxed out. And basic cards being worked on. Common cards ignored. This card ignored. And this one maxed out. Yeah. No. So... yeah. Let me show you this piece. No, not this one. Look at this piece. What do you think about this Executioner's tool, huh? 1.9% crit chance, 13% crit damage on 12 attack. Unfortunately, I can't quite equip that one, because if I do, I'm missing 0.7% crit chance. But, yeah, I guess I can show you the stats, right? So, we have a weapon with 4% crit damage, 5.9% crit chance. There's a majority of my crit chance. We have a key with 6.6% crit chance and 12 attack. Unfortunately missing crit damage, but pretty darn high crit chance roll. We have this piece you saw at 10.4, 13, 3.6. For the ideal is definitely something I'm still working on. We have ourselves crit damage 7.7 on 14 attack with just crit chance at the top stat. If I could, I would, for example, take this ego recovery roll and move it into crit damage, right? But that's that. Then we have ourselves this instinct goblet with attack, crit damage, crit chance, and unfortunately 1 defense roll, but still a pretty darn good goblet considering how hard they are to get. And then for our attack, we have crit chance on crit damage. Unfortunately, we rolled into defense and we rolled defense as a new stat. So there is still some ways to improve, and I have some other different pieces that I could insert at certain places. But we are getting towards pretty good, pretty good margins, pretty good points. Let me show you my current. This is actually my Selena deck even, but yeah, as you can see, 42.2% crit, also 99.8. Let me actually show you how that one looks on Selena. Nah, it's for later. But on Selena we have over 200% crit damage, and we can also still hit the 30% extra damage mark for the 8% passion. Not quite sure how good that is, considering passion shouldn't affect mark, nor should it affect coordinated attacks, but it feels good to hit that threshold on top of everything else as well. But yeah. You thought your build was impossible? Yeah, and the good part is we have 830 on 60, 830 on 60 on 199 with, this is the important part, with the 4-set 2-piece instead of 2-piece 2-piece. Because you can definitely have higher attack, and we also have an instinct goblet rather than just an attack goblet. So that's like extra barriers of difficulty, you could say. How do you get such gear? I buy 4 entries. I buy 4 entries of stamina, 240 stamina every day. And I use those entries to always farm. I think it's, I was mainly, before her release and during her release, farming the 4-set dungeon, right, for the Ravage set. But then I swapped over to the crit damage set, and that's mainly what I've been farming. So it's just, yeah, a consistent 6, 7, 8, 9 runs of the gear dungeons each day, and then, yeah, just crafting gear out of useless pieces, right? Get useless pieces, rinse, repeat, and hope for the best, right? That's just the way it goes. Consistency is key. Okay, now what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, seems good enough. Can you show us how you do it or make a video on how you're farming for gear? I could try, but it's a more over the days thing than just this is what I guess I could make like this is what I do in a day to get gear. But yeah, I did think about making a gear video for quite a while now, especially also on how you can easily determine if a piece is good or bad and if it's worth it to roll and how long should you roll a piece and what are like the substats you're looking for and stuff like that. It's on my bucket list, I just didn't yet make it. How about that? Is it necessary to level up supports to 60 now? Only Cassius. Only Cassius. Love the guides? I appreciate it. Yes, our Serenia is currently E6. That's what you see when we break a target, these like extra hits based on the amount of tenacity they have left. Ooh, what's this? Okay. Not a very auspicious start. Not entirely sure if that would be something I'd keep even if we do get the Divine Laser, because we didn't get the unique card, and that one's actually quite important. We'll have to see, we'll have to see. 50 plus promote to unlock potentials is enough. Cassius benefits from the attack he gains, even if you give him those last 10 levels. And trust me, he is worthy of those. He turns them into more raw damage, but sure, if you wanna skimp on Cassius, hey, go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Stop at 50 plus promotion. You just got it. What's the best deck? AP. AP Serenia should be the most... yeah, the most useful, the strongest, the most future-proof, the whatever you want to attribute to it, it's probably that deck. Because AP is, at the end of the day, the core resource of this game. And the more AP you have, the more stupid things you can come up with her teammates as well. So AP is power, and getting more AP is getting more power. It's as straightforward as that. Does the extra attack stat affect coordinated attack damage? No. Coordinated attack damage is like Agony in that it's based on your character's attack. Coordinated attack says deals damage equal to 100% of the character's attack value, meaning there's only three ways. There's three ways in which you can boost coordinated attack damage. Number one is attack. Number two is crit chance, because they can crit. And number three is then obviously crit damage, for then if you do crit, to get the most damage out of it. And those are the only ways you can at the moment increase the damage of coordinated attacks. Oh. You got a 3 save data with AP Serenia? Nice. But only one is with the move turn to hand. I don't think that's too bad, because if you play a proper deck, you should be able to cycle through your deck. Or you know what you could also do? I don't know if that's something that most people even think of, but you can just use... we don't have it here, but you can use the Pale Shooting Star to activate your AP generating homing lasers from your deck, right? Where are we getting the AP from? Yes, the Divine Epiphany. Divine Epiphany on homing laser, and then the ability to just multi-spam out homing lasers multiple times a turn, and each one costing nothing and generating 1 AP, allowing us to get anywhere from, let's say, 4 to 8 to 12 to even potentially 16 AP in a single turn. Yeah. I got a question if you don't mind. I tried to run Leia and I'm struggling hard in... Why am I on the left side? When did this happen? How am I over there? And why is the chat on top of me? Oh, I think I moved out of the way because of gear. I remember now. Ha! Okay. On the Discord they said that coordinated attack also counts as extra attack. I'm quitting the run just to show you that it doesn't. How about it? Isn't that great? At least I'm as confident that it doesn't work. But hey, maybe I'll end up figuring out that no, what I believe to be true is in fact fake. We'll see. Alright, so let's make sure we get all of our things in place. With the extra damage here. And then... yeah, I think we can keep this one on. Here we get some more extra damage. And then we can get... okay, now how do we test this best? Let's think about it. Like, obviously, the obvious way would be just to go into a fight and show you. But, yeah. Alright, sure. Let's try it in two different ways. Let me see if I can find a proper save data. Yeah, we would have to eliminate a bunch of factors though. But we should be fine. Okay. Alright, let's see. We have this out of the way. Chapter mission, simulation. No, we want to go into a battle mission, right? Battle mission here. Let's pick this battle mission at random. Pick ourselves out a Selena. Insert a empty deck. Perfect. Get ourselves a very, very basic... let's see, can I get myself a decently basic epiphany here? Might as well pick this one. Alright. Hey Snorlax, what's up? So, we have... when... like... just look at the description first, right? If you want to look at anything, look at the description. Coordinated attack. When an ally attacks, perform a joint attack dealing 100% of attack power as damage. There is, first off, no notation anywhere in there that extra attack does anything because it's based on attack power. Attack power is completely separate from the extra attacks, but hey, we might as well make it abundantly clear, right? So... you can also see our Selena currently has 30% extra damage, right? 30% extra damage. The description of the high-powered attack is still at 100%. If extra attack were to affect this, this would be now up by 130, right? And, yeah, let's see. Obviously, we get our attack in and you see the follow-up, right? Okay, now to make it even more clear, I have a question. Did we have a limit for divine epiphanies on the character? Because sometimes when you have the, even for the, yeah, there is a limit, because if you cannot get a divine epiphany anymore, because all your cards are epiphanied, then they only give you money. So... if you run into a situation where it says divine card, but you only get credits, that means every single one of your cards is already epiphanied, leaving no space for divine epiphany because you cannot epiphany cards that are already epiphanied. Alright, so to make it even more clear, we're going to take our Selena. We're going to once again move all our cards over to Veronica, just so I can continue farming in peace. But before we do that, we then go in, and the only thing we'll change is the extra attack stat. We'll pick a piece that doesn't give us any damage bonus. And the only thing we'll change is the extra attack stat on Selena to once again confirm and lay to rest what I am pretty much certain of is already the way it goes. But, you know, just in case, you gotta make sure the people see it to believe it. Okay, so we stole everything here. Now we're gonna find ourselves our Selena. Okay, so we need to find extra damage on a slot that doesn't give us any damage besides extra damage, which means it can't be allowed to have any attack. Okay, so, give me, come on, give me substat. Why does this look different? It doesn't look different. Okay, extra damage percent. What do we have? Attack, defense. See, it gives us health, defense, and 2.3%, right? So we put this piece on, the piece does absolutely nothing besides giving us 2.3%. Now we go back into the battle missions. Mission, battle mission, to the very beginning. Okay, so we have what we need, right? Attack card is used, coordinated attack. We do one attack, 359, and the follow-up is 152, right? 152. Do it again. You see 152, right? Now we escape. Do you think the Vulnerable is comparable to the Empower to the AP one? It's stronger if you don't know what to do with the AP, but if you have something to spend the AP on, then it's weaker, right? It depends on how much value do you get out of the extra AP. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's remove the piece, right? So we should now lose 2% of our damage, because obviously she lost her gear, she lost the extra attack stat. We go in, we'll have a look, and the result should by all means be 152. Alright, so bang, bang. That's great. That is honestly actually pretty good for me, because that means I have pretty good gear. That means I have pretty good gear lying around for Selena. What else does that tell me? Yeah, that means I wasted a whole bunch of time. That means I wasted a whole bunch of time because I ran a similar test, what was it, 2 weeks ago? Where the result was nothing. That is actually pretty darn good for me. That is the best outcome possible. It means you can in fact scale it with extra damage, which is a net gain for everybody, besides the fact that it obviously doesn't look too good right now. But yeah, I can keep a secret, right? Hint, hint. But yeah, no. Now we're just gonna go back to farming, pretend this didn't happen, but we now can file away information that, once again, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, you cannot trust the description of the devs, right? To the surprise of absolutely nobody, do not trust what the in-game description says. Even if you do your test, I guess, break it down to the most undeniable level. How about that? We never saw anything. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, I'm trying this again and hoping for an answer now. If not, well, so be it. Here it goes. I got a question if you don't mind. I tried to run Leia and I'm struggling hard in Lab 0 because I can't find a good party with her. Could you give me some examples? Yes, Barrel. Or Leia Barrel. Like, just run or Leia Barrel and you should have the best synergy you'll find in the entire chaos because of retain synergy for Barret's retain cards and Orlea's ability to retain. And otherwise, if you want to build a deck for Orlea, build while going for multiple vulnerability epiphanies, and that should help you, give you a big power boost, and then also just pairing her up with someone who's strong, right? Going Orlea and Serenia while going for, let's say, vulnerability build on Orlea leads to you having more success, right? But when it comes to like synergies and her best teammates, it is, yeah, it gotta be Barrel. Oh, and also don't take her into AoE planets. It just doesn't mesh very well. So you should play planets like the Justice Planet. Yeah, you should play something like the Justice Planet or the Void Planet to like level her up, because they tend to be a lot more approachable in terms of difficulty. Best team for Luke. Mika, Luke, Ray. And yes, I again forgot to put Ray in here, in there, whatever. So how good is extra damage now? It is a lot. It just became a lot more relevant on Selena, right? Now that leaves me with one other question. What does instinct damage as a stat do for extra attack damage, right? Like, this is the increased damage when dealing passion damage, right? But if, let's say, a mark or a coordinated attack gets applied by a passion character, but it doesn't deal passion damage. Like, if you attack a character or an enemy that is weak to passion with a mark from a passion character, the mark won't be a weak hit. Same is true for coordinated attack. The coordinated attack wouldn't be a weak hit. So does it still qualify as passion damage? Really love the video. You have a guide on how to farm the best deck? Yes, I have an exact guide. It's called Deck Farming Made Easy. I think it's from around a month ago. And it has a Chesser upgrade card on the thumbnail going into 4 cards. And that is still as viable as it ever was. I think I might make an updated version, but nothing really changed. All those tips are pretty much the same. Hey, Andrew, do appreciate it. Actually, great news. Have some good gear that has high extra attack and thought it wasted when coordinated was meta over mark. Exactly, that is fantastic, honestly. The fact that coordinated attacks benefit from extra damage is really fucking great. Like, that is honestly the best outcome, regardless of me being wrong or right. It was the one I was wishing for, but didn't really expect to be the case, because I was at least quite certain I had tested it a few weeks ago. So there's 2 options, right? Either A, I missed something, or B, the devs decided to sneak it in some patch notes over the last few months or weeks. Who knows? But hey, I might have just been playing out, bang out straight up wrong. But I like it, because it's great. They should definitely change the description though then. It just means that my Selena build just became even more viable or warranted or strong or whatever you want to call it, right? Does that make coordinated attack Divine Epiphany cool? It makes it more cool, but still not very cool, because the problem is that the coordinated attack Epiphany makes a random teammate attack, meaning only if both of your teammates had extra attack stats would they become more effective with the coordinated attack Divine Epiphany, because the problem is it's an ally attacking, not the character that gets the Epiphany. I mean, you know what, hey Rata, let me actually share you the video link, right? You might have missed my explanation the first time around. So, let's see if I can find it. It wasn't that long ago, I hope. Very important. I think it should be closer to... yeah, this one. Ta-da! There you go. Farming guide. Ta-da! Alrighty. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, middle way. Thanks for what? Wait, no, what? I might be confused. Hehe. Alright, we have this out of the way. Yeah, give me the credits. So something like a Selena and a Veronica. Yeah, if you get the coordinated attack Epiphany on one of your units and then run Selena and Veronica as your teammates, then yes, those coordinated attacks would indeed benefit. Wait, but How do coordinated attacks even work if it's your character that triggers the ally to attack? Which character stats are even being used, right? Like, does the character triggering the coordinated attack determine the damage? Or is it a mix of both? Like, whose attack power determines the damage and whose extra attack damage determines the damage, right? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Wasn't Selena also playable as a sub DPS? Maybe that's why the coordinated epiphany? Yeah, Selena is absolutely used as a sub DPS and she can do some incredible numbers. I can show you an example of Selena absolutely popping off in terms of damage. After we fail this run, if you want to. It is definitely nice to look at. Why is my stream super laggy? Ooh, I don't know. Let me check. Maybe I have too many tabs open. No, stream health is excellent, so it must be you that's lagging. I don't know. I think we should be good. But I might just have too many tabs open. Could be a case as well, but I'm not so sure about that one. That'd be a bit more of a stretch. But I can close some applications, potentially. Buffering every 5 seconds. I don't know, that doesn't really sound like a me problem though, unfortunately. Must probably be on your end. Fine, laggy, checked, it's not you, it's good. I guess then we blame YouTube. I don't know. I don't think there's much we can do about that. If I'm not to blame and if you're not to blame, then we just have to blame YouTube and be fine with it. That's just the way it goes. Why didn't you Ray instead of Mika? Because I forgot. You're not the first person to ask this. And as I said, once we went into this fight here, I just forgot, right? It doesn't really make a difference, but a lot of you want to see Ray instead of Mika, so we'll be bringing Ray, and that's the way it goes. The dialogue speed up option is the biggest lie. It's not very well implemented, how about that? Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna take the failure, I don't care. The credits aren't worth me wasting my precious divine resets. Or my precious event resets. I might need them for another run. Ray has unique cards. Yeah, Mika does too, no? Like, I don't know if you noticed, but Mika's upgrade card is unique as well, right? So, that's why it really doesn't end up being a big difference. Especially because I tend to sell the... because I tend to sell the first card anyway, meaning that in both cases, like the first card, when I start in with a double sell, I sell the first epiphany of Ray, usually, which would be the card that could become unique, meaning that you end up in the same situation, one card versus one card, right? We need more hourglasses. If you get further in the research tree, you can at least increase your hourglasses to 21, which is at least fine for the average player and the amount of researches the average player does in a day. You remove as many cards as possible of the other two characters anyway, just Serenia and Samika, 2 hits basic, should be enough to clear without any problems. Exactly. I wish we could see how much save data we already acquired during the run. Yeah. So I think that's pretty much something that you can do, yeah. Oh yeah, quick, completely unrelated question. What do I think about this truly very Christmassy sweater? Do let me know what you think. We even have these fancy boys here. Huh? Immaculate Rage Bait, potentially. Or maybe he just didn't know. Maybe he started playing after a bit of a pause. You get 2 duplicates from bosses. Is there only one event for the third? Anyone know? Yes, there's only the duplication event on the Zero System planets or the Heart of the Ore Vein duplication event on Lab Zero. You either hit it or you don't. It's pretty much that. It will go away with the Christmas hat. Yeah, but it's too much. It's too much for the Christmas hat. It's already too long past. And the only reason why we have this is because it arrived after Christmas. So I at least wanted to get some value out of it, even though it got lost in shipping. So yeah. Van Helsing as a collab for Halloween. Dude, we just passed Halloween. Next Halloween is in 10.5 months, or like 10 months and like 26 days. There is a lot of potential for different collabs before that, no? The best sub DPS for Shizuru? Probably Serenial. Probably Serenial, and then after that I guess it would be Luke. But the thing is, if you're running a Serenial with a Shizuru, you'll probably have Serenial be the main DPS and Shizuru relegated to the sub DPS. Hey, we hit it! Ah, but it's not the rare event. Ah, it's not the select one, eh? Shit. Alright, but at least we get a divine one. Let's see if it's the right one. Come on, homing laser. We didn't hit a homing laser divine yet. No. Oh. People. Is this our call to make a Veronica run? It might just be, right? It might just be. We might just have found we've been building the wrong character all along. Turn around. I'm sorry for ever doubting you, Veronica. Apparently you'll be built today. Yeah. Ah, does anybody remember? Did we sell a Veronica card yet? Did we? I think we only sold Mika cards. So we should be fine. We did? Yes, no? Check her save data value. Ah, it's on 20 because of the divine. So we didn't delete anything yet. We didn't delete anything. She's not on 20 because of a deletion. She's on 20 because it's divine. There you go. I was scared that we actually might have already sold a card, you know? Mika's missing her IP card, she is, but I'm not bothered by it, you know? That's the way it's meant to be. Since when do I stream on Twitch? Started the new year. Started the new year, I decided a lot of people were looking for it. So I decided to once again whip out, dust off the old dual stream setup on Twitch, and that's why. So yeah, since it's the second stream for CZN on Twitch. Ever since like game launch, we I guess had a brief period of it. But I really count that, you know? I really count that. Why is my farming so happy? I mean, we haven't hit anything for the last 2 hours. We just like to yap and talk about stuff. Like if you really just want the highest divine chances, which are the most exciting decks, then you better just go in, see if you hit what you hit, and if you don't, you just restart, rinse and repeat, and don't get discouraged, and you will hit, right? Especially because the Forbidden Tunnel can give you, for example, the select Divine Epiphany event, which you can exactly select what card you want. And I mean, what more could you be asking for, right? Okay, we need to get rid of one more card. It's probably the Blessing of the Waves, just to once again increase our chances for the repose. And the rest we can spend looking for nothing in particular, because we didn't find anything. Tough. Alright, now we just gotta hope we hit the card. If we don't, it's gonna be a sad day. Naja info should be Wednesday. 3 days from now. 7th. Alright, unique. Come on, give me the... Oh! Okay, people. Do we pick the unique one? Or should we actually pick a different one in terms of making a good deck? I feel like, regardless of anything, the unique should still be fine, no? Even though it's like when another combatant uses a skill card, 1 reload, and if 3 are used, Micro Ballista? Yeah, like unique is a good epiphany, it's an upgrade card, and it cuts down the chances. So yeah, I don't think that's too horrible, is it? Are we planning to pre-build teams? See, I would be pre-building if I could only get my Divine Epiphany homing laser, because then I can just be like, alright, I'm building a Collab, Serenial as my like team, right? If they want me to use a Vanguard, I use Serenial, I use the X cost card on Collab for defense, and then for the rest the game can figure itself out, right? So long as they just give me the Divine Homing Laser, right? Isn't our Leia deck with all her epiphanies got the softy version good? Because I logged into it yesterday. One of her best decks is always picking the option for vulnerability. That's what you're looking for. Everything that has to do with adding vulnerabilities. But yeah, pretty much, I think that should be the softy deck you're talking about. Okay. Can we hit repos as a copy target? It should not be too hard to get, no? Like, looking at... Like, what are the odds? There is 4 different cards on Serenial and 1 card on Veronica. Come on, right? Like, come on. That is pretty fucking good odds. So long as we only get 1 Veronica card in, it had to work. Like, come on. There we go. Alright. We have double repos. Now we just need to get it 2 more times. That shouldn't be too difficult, am I right? Surely. What's the worst that could happen? Okay, so 2 copies secured. Forbidden Hunger or no Forbidden Hunger? Would that make her deck even better? The 20 save data Forbidden Eternal Hunger. It is a card of really good value. Why are we saying no? Yeah, but just because she like... It's a 0 cost card that gives us at minimum 1 draw, 1 AP, regardless of how we get to it. We'll need the save data. That is true, because unfortunately we didn't find the mutant sample. But we can just keep 2 basics in, no? Yeah. Triple copy, full divines is 120 points. We're playing difficulty 13 plus 1, so we have 160 cap. So we could remove 1 basic and keep Eternal Hunger in. Like, what changes, right? I have a small chance of the mutant sample on the interior first 2 tiles? I don't think so. I've never seen that before. And we already ran into the coin event. It's impossible. Like, okay, can we even remove? Can we even remove 2 basics? We can't even remove 2 basics anyway, no? Like, because we do not have a mutant sample, we can't remove 2 basics with or without Eternal Hunger. We can still divine Kowalski. Exactly. If we're aiming for 4 divines, we cannot remove 2 basics anyway because we don't have a mutant sample. Three divine, remove 2 basics, but I don't want 3 divines, I want 4. Right? Voted? But why? Why are we so against it? Greed final boss? Like, but people, listen to this, okay? I'm not rage baiting anyone. I make my point as clear as possible, okay? I'll show it to you straight, okay? Let me just make sure I can get my overlay. Nah, this should be fine, right? So I show it to you as clear as possible, as clear as day, all right? So we either have, like, regardless of anything, 4 times divine equals 120, okay? 4 times divine is 120. Let me actually remove the chat real quick for this. Okay. So, 4x divine is 120, okay? We have that secured. Our current cap is 160. 120 minus, like 160 minus 120 leaves us with 40. Removing basics, okay? Negative basic. The first one is 20 and the second one would be 50. Right? Like, we do not have the space to remove 2 basics because we only have 40 space. No, people, do the math. Do the math. The first one is 20, and if we remove 2, it is 50. 20 plus 30 equals 50. Okay? It's not that the second removal costs 50, it's the first one is 20, the second is 30, making it 50. Right? It makes it 50. So we cannot afford 50. The forbidden card is 20. which is why we could remove one card and add the forbidden card. We would lose the option to take another divine. Yeah, but Forbidden Eternal Hunger is a good card, no? Like, regardless of anything. Exactly, and if I don't get future repose epiphanies, Eternal Hunger is still a pretty good card. Like, what would be the benefit of me not picking it? What is the benefit for me to not pick Eternal Hunger right now? I don't have a precision aim. I also can't get it because I haven't. I think I'm missing an exploration level on the planet. Nia will cry. Yeah. We already have plus AP on repose. We do, but has anybody ever said no to more AP and more draw? The benefit is the option to transform remove. Where? Where do I find the transform remove event? It doesn't exist in the interior. Right? Like, I could also just use somebody else's precision aim. Like, if I use her precision aim and somebody else's forbidden eternal hunger, or her eternal hunger and somebody else's precision aim, it ends up being the same thing. Right? It ends up being the same thing. So, with our current situation, it is something I might or might not regret, but I don't really care too much about it. We're rolling with it. I hope I at least made my point clear and y'all don't think I'm entirely delusional. But, yeah. There you go. So, next quest is find the copy event. Oh, it would have been great if we could have found another unique plasma missile. That could have actually been pretty sweet. What's attunement? Attunement is like inspiration but better. No matter how you draw the card, attunement triggers. Memory archive? I don't think there's anything we can do with this unless it gives me access to cards I don't have. Like, if this gives me access to precision aim, but I don't think it does. It does say random. Might as well take a gamble, you know? Nope. Should you upgrade your Serenia to E1 or wait for E2? You can absolutely upgrade her to E1. It's enough of a power increase to warrant it, but just keep in mind, like, if you're like, okay, I'm going to upgrade her to E2 anyway, then you might as well get the E1 now, right? But that's only if you're like certain you go higher, right? Alright. We found ourselves... Okay, people. Enhanced, right? Has to be enhanced, no? Or do we prefer shelling? Shelling? You sure? No, not enhanced? Yes, enhanced? Yeah, enhance for sure, no? Why shelling? It doubles up on Kowalski buffs and any buffs. We don't even have a Kowalski yet. Should you get a third constellation from shop or save? Save. Like, if you have Serenia E2, E3 is pointless. You'd pick enhanced. Yeah, enhanced. A lot of enhanced. 2 is better if you have about 50% crit rate from gear math-wise. I mean, I probably have. Did I do Judas this week? Yeah, you're right. We need to do our weekly bosses after this fight. Quickly. Shelling would get more value from buffs. I mean, I'll poll it, alright? Sure, why not? I don't really care too much. Alright, let's see. Oh, that's actually kind of close. 60-40. Giant would have been better. Unfortunately, we don't have Giant. It's so Jova. Shelling would not lose value. Regret. What do you mean I regret this? I haven't even picked yet. Piercing enjoyers. You like shelling now? Alright, let's be quirky. Let's be quirky and pick shelling. Why not? Let's be a little quirky today. It's shelling time. Should you remove a basic attack from Tresor? No, you want to at minimum remove a shield, and if you can, you want to remove all basics from Tresor. You finished the Chaos Run. Could I take a look at it? Maybe after we finished ours, but then we also need to do our weekly boss. So I think we currently have a bit too much on our mind, but maybe I'll find the time. I don't know, we'll have to see. Alright. Okay, we found ourselves Kowalski. I would like to get a draw to Kowalski, preferably. If I could. Oh no! Okay, wait. It's a 1 draw, 1 mark, 0 cost Kowalski. And none of the other ones have any draw on it. That's horrible. That is horrible. So, aren't we kind of forced to pick the divine one? Like, people, aren't we forced to pick the divine one? That seems to be the only viable option. 3 would thin our hand. I guess. So no remove card if we pick the divine. True. If we pick the divine, we cannot remove any basics. Rip the memory points, yep. Could we delete the forbidden card? No. It would all be so much easier. It would all be so much easier if we found the damn... Like, I swear, this is the type of run where the game decides, no, you're not going to find the... What's the name? Like, this is the type of runs where the game is like, yep, mutant sample is just not you, right? Like, this is the type of runs where mutant sample just doesn't exist. You know what? We could still walk away with a pretty strong deck so long as we miss the copy event, if that makes sense. Because if we miss the copy event, or the copy event doesn't give us the card, then we can still gain the ability to remove some cards, right? Like, if we just don't hit the copy event, that just should save us a whole bunch of save data, no? I kind of want to see what happens here, just because, you know? Alright, what's this? Yeah, sure. Why not? Exactly. You can do as many runs as you want regardless of stamina. That's one of the bigger points, indeed. Exhaust the basics with Ray. Yep. Ooh. Superconductive. Is superconductive something we want for our Veronica? Because our gears, I have to admit, kind of terrible. Because we kind of would have to, what, find a Cthulhu or something? Oh, second method buy? It's expensive, but it should be the best weapon choice regardless, no? Yeah. Okay, so we are 3 coins short of removing a card. Which is what it is. Maybe we can find Cthulhu, you know? Maybe Cthulhu sponsors us the orb. Right? Maybe Cthulhu sponsors us the orb. Or we could get the chess piece from... Yeah, or we could get the chess piece from the board. Okay. Copy event. Rare version. How about it, game? Come on. Come on. Copy event. Rare version, right? Right? Shit. Neither. Alright, alright. No deal, no deal. We take the credits. We take the credits. More freedom of choice. Does anybody remember? Did we... oh, we do have the core Discord, so we can get an additional cell, an additional card edition, even after getting the final copy. Alright, alright, alright. Okay. How to find Cthulhu? Play on the highest difficulty possible and pray to the high heavens. Like, the more fights you do, the higher chance of finding Cthulhu, or something, right? Whatever his name is, you can find him by playing fights, right? The higher the difficulty, the higher the chance. Nightmare mode is a big boost to appearance odds, and then it's just fighting. He never spawns on elites? I don't know. I don't even know, honestly. He could, but I'm not sure. I feel like I've seen him spawn on elites. Okay, this time, game, you and me, we understand each other, right? Copy event. I would take the normal version. Okay, okay, copy event normal version, right? Okay. Whew. Can we hit the card one more time? Can we hit the card one more time? The odds are 3 here. 4, okay, it's 4 for Serenial. 2 reposes that we want to hit. It could be Sir Kowalski as well. Let's see. There we go. Another repose. And now we just need to hit it on the final boss. And we found ourselves a 4 repose deck. it is just so frustrating that we didn't find mutant sample this run. It is just so much potential taken away from us. It's almost physical pain. How did you know it was a copy event? I don't know it. I just know my odds. And going to the place, like the down place with the multiple crystals seems to have the highest odds of giving you the copy event. It might just be pure speculation, but I do it for every single run and I can't prove it, but ever since I did it, the odds of me encountering the copy event have went up, right? Like, this specific pattern of how the stage looks. I can't prove it to you with data, I can just tell you from my experience how it went. But, yeah, this specific place, whenever I play the interior, I always go for this area, right? Down and a lot of purple. Because that is also how the area itself looks. Like, I kind of feel like certain events, yeah, you can definitely get it on the non-crystal nodes, but whenever I go to like these, for example, the ones that you see covered with spider webs or like the overland ones, I don't see it as often as when I go for the crystal ones, right? Like, it's kind of like every tile might only have a certain amount of outcomes it can spawn, and if you consistently go for the purple tiles, maybe you see the copy event more often because all the other possibilities are already out. I don't know, right? It is more speculation than fact, but that's what worked for me. We didn't go into the dimensional hole this run, no. That also helps, obviously. Okay. Projection of desire. Again. Sure, give me another divine. We didn't have enough divines yet this run. Hey, it's our first homing laser divine. A little too late, some might say, but welcome, homing laser divine. I'm just not gonna pick you because why not? Okay, big stretch. Hey, it works for me, right? And if it works for you as well, that'd be great. If it doesn't, it doesn't, right? So at this point we have to bank on the fact that we're getting another copy, right, of Repose. We still have to do everything in our power to increase the odds, which means we'll be selling off homing laser. No, pale shooting star. We'll be selling off pale shooting star in hopes of giving us that extra edge. And even if we don't hit, we still have an additional shop phase thanks to the core of Discord, right? Thanks to the core of Discord, we still have an additional shop phase. Okay, what could this be? Water barrier. There is no way we're playing out the water barrier, is there? Wait, no, wait. The water barrier should just give us the purple card, which shouldn't really have an effect on us, because it's unique regardless, right? But I guess better safe than sorry, maybe? I don't know. Alright. Bang, bang, bang. Hey, Radical Brito, appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Ooh, this enemy is about to take a little bit of damage. Just a tiny, tiny amount, you know? Alright, we almost one-turned them. Pretty good, I'd say. Best team to get a copy's character card. I mean, statistically speaking, you know what? I think it might be Shizuru instead of Mika that gives you the highest odds. Like, maybe we should be indeed running Shizuru instead of Rei or Mika for the highest odds. Alright, repose. Ah, shit, I got the copy for... whatever. Repose? Repose. Alright. Yeah. Oh. I mean, don't mind if I do. But then again, people, for those of you that did hear about it, or haven't, Foggy Crystal Ball. Apparently, Veronica's ballistas are treated as zero-cost cards. Don't ask me why, but Foggy Crystal Ball works on ballistas. So, I do still believe we should take the chess piece, no? It does work, yes. Ballistas get treated as zero-cost cards. But I feel like Fragment of the Empty Void could also help us get rid of their basic cards, right? Yeah, I'd still go to chess piece, yeah. Alright, let's see what we can do with our final shop. In the core Discord. It's just a 5% difference. It depends on how it's like coded and whatnot. Extra attack damage versus like multiplicative damage. At the end of the day, I don't know, right? But are we really doing ballista damage with 4 reposes? We have a Kowalski that helps with ballista damage. We have the Shelling Ballista card. So I guess we are doing ballista damage. You want to see my faint memory? Sure. 160 out of 160. Difficulty 8, tier 14, 4 copies of Repose. The only problem? All 3 basics are in. That is the only problem. But then again, Repose has the advantage that it never draws Veronica cards. Meaning we never draw into rapid fires or delusions. Illusions, whatever the hell, right? How to get to the core Discord? To get to the core Discord, you have to go into the Forbidden Tunnel and pick the triple question mark option. You draw them all at once on your second or third turn, though, then how about I defeat the enemy in a single turn? Or, how about I get them into my hand on first draw and discard them with my chess piece? Or, how about I just pair up with Rei and just eat the cards? Huh? How about I just use the power of snack time to eat my cards? We don't yet have the... I want the AP version, if I could. right? I'd want the AP version if I could. How are we triggering so many 4x lasers? The voice line. The voice line for Cobalt Light and the E6 are the same, right? She says Cobalt Light when triggering the E6, which isn't quite Cobalt Light, but it's called Cobalt Light. Alright. People. Have any of you ever heard about the most audacious gamble? So, I have a very stupid idea. And I want y'all to exactly tell me how dumb that is. I want to sell the shield and then hope the Sir Kowalski Divine Epiphany disappears. So that instead of us getting the basic back, it takes away a Divine Epiphany. That'd be my hope. The other option would be, how bad? Like, would it be a win to lose 1 AP of repose in exchange for getting rid of a basic? Like, what do I think is stronger? 3 basics, 4 divine reposes? Or 2 basics and 3 divine reposes and a normal one? Dude, Kowalski has a good divine, it's not worth it no matter how you stretch it. Please save it. You're not incorrect. All things considered, unfortunately, you're not incorrect. You can't stand the shield basic. You will get the shield back. See, that's the worst that could happen, right? Us just getting the shield back. But what if we don't? Huh? Like, what do we stand to lose, realistically? Ain't it random though? Exactly. Alright. Let's see what the people think. Let's see what the people think. What to do? Gamble. Remove. Don't. Alright. Your options are gamble, remove, or don't fucking touch it. Let's see what wins. True. If we do lose a whole repose, that'd be very bad. losing a whole repose would be really bad. Like, if it's between losing divine on a repose and losing the whole repose, that'd be pretty bad. Shit. The link is invalid? Oh. Did it change? I swear I tested it live. You mean... Oh, you are... Oh, sorry. Yeah, I need to update it on Twitch. Let me post you the one real quick. My fault. I forgot. Here. There you go. Ta-da. I mean, at the end of the day, it's one card. Does it really mess with the deck that much? It does. And I know we shouldn't be messing with this. I know we shouldn't be. I know it's a really bad idea. I know it's a terrible move. Okay. Okay, people. I am one for gambling, but only if gambling plays with me. I'm going to flip a coin, and if I get heads 2 times in a row, I'll do it. Okay? We're going to do flip a coin, and it needs to hit heads 2 times in a row. That's what's gonna happen. Alright, so. Tails. Alright. Hey. You know, if you fail at the first step, you might as well rethink your life decisions. Alright, where's my dimensional cube? Where's my dimensional cube? Shit! Ah, but we have the nerf hacking module. When an ally uses a forbidden card damage amount. That's definitely better than whatever the fuck we had on there before. Zehi! And just out of sheer protest, I'm going to delete another Mika card. Just because I can. Alright. 260 save data on Mika. That seems appropriate. Okay. The polars have been betrayed. I do not know what poll you're talking about. I don't see a poll. I do not know what we're talking about here. I do not see a poll. What was the poll of voting? If you didn't vote, I wouldn't have done the double heads gamble. There you go. If you didn't vote, I wouldn't have done the double heads gamble, so you never stood a chance. Right? Gambling on a tiny chance is better than gambling on no chance at all. Wouldn't you agree? Is the planet good? If yes, then why kill the ugly guy? We already have the equipment. Our planet isn't that great. It's a tier 13. If it was a tier 14, I wouldn't kill him. But here we're just killing him because we can. Ah. We're just killing him because we can. Hey, people, should we put the Eye of the Eyeless on Veronica? Just to remind everybody that we kept the basics in? Should we put the Eye of the Eyeless on Veronica just to remind everybody that we kept the basics in? I feel like that has something to it. I feel like that has something to it. There's a certain charm to putting this item on, but unfortunately we can still actually get a damage bonus out of this one. unfortunately we can actually get a damage bonus out of the nerf hacking module, because when an ally uses a forbidden card, also includes Veronica, and forbidden cards, we can find a way to use a forbidden card twice per battle to get the 40% damage bonus. So I guess that would be a little too much. But what we can do is put the Foggy Crystal Ball on Mika. Yeah. Yeah, I know that it boosts ballistas, but we already have the good chest piece, and we have the 35% extra damage, which also boosts the ballista damage, huh? Season 2 is on the 4th of February, and the next character is on January 14th. Raid my Mika deck. Raid my Mika deck. How you feel about this Mika deck we just built, which had around, I think, 260 save data? I think this is pretty good. This is about the strongest Mika that you could ever get. Without real proof be a 10 out of 10, how would you do that? Yeah, 260,000, that's a lot. Not enough whirlpools, ooh. If we can't use our decks in Season 2, there's a tower mode coming on the 14th. You can also use your decks on Hyperspace Basin, and you could use them, I don't know, in even more game modes that come later. Like, it doesn't seem like seasonal save data is going to be as super seasonal restricted, right? We still have to see how it works. Your final exam is on January 14th. Ooh. I think you should be playing CZN instead. That should be the way to go. Yeah. No, make sure you finish off your exam though. Okay, we have to recover our Veronica mentally just to make sure the deck looks like the deck is meant to look, which it should. And then we have a weekly boss to do. Alright, if we do not do the weekly boss, then it's gonna be very sad. How do you get 0-card decks? I have a video on the channel, but the short breakdown of it is you play on tier 14 and you remove all cards before you get epiphanies, and then you flee as fast as possible. So there's two ways. Either you A, remove all cards so that you can't get any more epiphanies, because if you don't have cards you can't get epiphanies. Or B, you remove all cards, get to the waypoint, and then bounce out before getting another card, right? If you want the more specifics, there's a video on the channel on how exactly you can do it, showing you exactly how you could, for example, do something like this. If that's something you're interested in. Huh? If not, then forget I ever said anything, right? But the same is also true for like low card decks. Alright, Veronica. Show us your perfect deck, you... A 12-card deck, huh? Have you ever seen such a neat row of reposes? I don't think you have. That is a very neat row of reposes. Very neat. My Serenia has the homing lizard that moved from graveyard to hand upon Ravage with 2 agony and 1 AP. Should I grind for the Ravage move from graveyard to hand that started the turn with 1 AP? Dude, if you have it, if you're up for it, then sure. But already having 1 AP on any of the divine lasers, so long as you play it well, is good enough. How about a DPS Veronica? I mean, this deck is DPS Veronica. We have Shelling Ballista. We have Second Method. We have a Damage Ballista Kowalski. This is about as... Now, okay, not about as damage, but it's getting there in terms of, like, Damage Ballista. Like, if you wanted to get more damage, you just have to get the E1, the E2, and potentially the E4. But no, what you really need is the E2 with the Fluorescent, because this is a 20% damage multiplier. But no, obviously there's a bit more ways you could make this happen as well, right? 3 Sir Kowalski, draw 2, -1 cost. Ooh, not bad. Repose draw instantly makes this top tier. Exactly. Repost row should be reposted. Why don't I use my dupes? Don't look at my Serenial, okay? It's all for relatability and testing and getting less questions, right? Because every time you like do a run or whatever, people are gonna wonder, okay, what kind of epiphanies, what kind of egos do your characters have? Serenia is just a bit special, okay? Like, I probably should have stopped at E4. Yeah. Okay, so what was this? There were two things, right? Number one, the weeklies reset in 45 minutes. So people, make sure you get your weeklies done. Yeah, Khalid E4 is good, yes. But it's not something you should actively, like, spend coins for. Try to get it with, like, 50%ers. Or just get it over time. It's not something you, like, have to actively chase. But there was something, right? We needed to do something. So we need to do the weekly bosses. And somebody wanted to see a deck of mine, but I'm not quite sure which. I think it was a deck that somebody wanted to see. Was it a deck? I don't know. What was it? Huh. Did I buy everything from the weekly shops? I don't think there's too much weekly stuff, right? Let's see. Memory archive, traveler. It's monthly. It's all monthly. Peko's doing whatever Peko wants to do. There's not a lot of like weekly shop stuff. Didn't you tell you not to go beyond E4? Yeah, but if you're insane or sane or have too much money to spend, then sure, go for the E6. It's just not worth it. All right, Serenia deck, right? This is still my best Serenia deck at the moment. No doubt about it, right? All right. We haven't gotten the laser 1 AP build yet. Nope. What the prior in the Zeronium shop? Exchange shop, Blackhorn, Zeronium. So your prior should be the crafting crystal. And if you wanted to, you could buy Rosaria because she's the best partner here. But no, crafting crystal, and then it's just the fashion pulse, I guess. Yeah, the crafting crystals are very high on that list. Was that the blue pot run? Yes, it's still the damn blue pot run. I haven't yet been able to get a better deck than that one fateful blue pot run that somehow turned into a deck. No. Alright. We need to do the weekly boss. We have 40 minutes. Is he going to punch me to death before I can kill him? Probably. If I were to use this deck. I don't think I have a Wanderer of the Void deck. So I'm still gonna try. So we're going to go in guns blazing to see if we can kill him before he kills us. Wait. I need to change my my gear. Okay, so where are my gear sets? Like, I like the fact that they announced like them changing the UI, right? Like, it's great that you're changing gear UI and everything and making that great. Surely it's gonna save you a bunch of time, but can I please get gear sets? Like, loadouts? Like, it can't be too hard, can it? If I can manage to get Sereni E6, that'd be the first time I managed to max out a limited character in a gacha as a free-to-play. It'd be crazy. But keep in mind, you'll probably be tapped out for the next 4 banners. And also, you can do the E6 over time with the Omega codes. Technically, there is no rush. Right? Like, there is no real rush. Okay, where was my vulnerability deck? Is it this one? Yeah, that one's alright. No, that's not vulnerability. This has double vulnerability. This has vulnerability with AP and destroy. Okay, let's see. How do you get the Omega code? You buy it from the seasonal shop. If you haven't yet, make sure you do before the season ends. Okay, now what? This card can go. That is the weakness we need. Sniper's Domain is not going to be relevant. Okay, 0 card quest. I do believe we're probably going to die before we pull this off, but maybe we won't. Okay, weakness attack follow-up. Making him weak. Getting the upgrade out. Okay. Okay, in 3 hits. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. We're doing a crap ton of damage, but unfortunately, brother doesn't really seem to appreciate it. Yeah, I know the more you hit him, the stronger the attack, especially after he has moved. I know it all too well. But maybe we can one-tap him with Luke. Piercing Veronica, she can two-shot him 3k each? Hell no. I'm not gonna get myself a piercing Veronica, I refuse. Alright, yeah. Okay. So I stealth reload. Multi-attack his ass. Get hit, but that's fine. Maybe it's not fine. We're probably already dead, right? How dead are we though? Alright, let's see. How dead are we? Ah, no, we're not dead. Whoever said... Wait, okay, we are dead. We're pretty dead. He got me for a second. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. We're dead a couple times over. Unfortunate. Alright. Is there any way around that? Not that I know of. But maybe he can only hit us so many times that we don't insta-die? You know? Like, potentially, right? Probably not. How much damage is this? Not nearly enough. 5 evade cards. See, now we're starting to think properly. 5 evade cards sounds exactly like what I need. Ah, shit. Annoying. I mean, how much more time do we have? 33 minutes. Do I have a Cassius with like a Wanderer of the Void? I don't think I have a single character with a Wanderer of the Void. Like, period. I think I never kept that card because I refuse. I refuse to do it. Wait for the big attack in phase 1? What do you mean? So you mean we like let him stack up all those stacks? And then give him an additional turn? Yeah, but that doesn't work with Luke. Cause if we give him that additional turn, we lose we did all these attacks the turn. Oh, if we were to get him to 5 stacks, he would have an infinite... You're right, you're right. Alright, sure, why not? Why not? How do we get the most out of this? Yeah, this should allow us to draw every single card in this deck and then some. Okay, sure, why not? Why not? Alright. Sure. Let's do what Yai suggested. Let's see how that works out for us. Also gives me a couple more turns of setup, which I like. So, 1 action, 2 actions, 3 actions, another action, and then another action. Eat this one, and then another action. Alright, and then one final one. Alright. Okay, I think we should be winning now. Okay, let's cook. Yeah, it's time to cook. How do we do this best? You can never go wrong with getting more cards. Playing this one out should be fine as well. Yep, that's fine. This one can go. Oof. Why did we need to draw so many Eternal Hungers? I don't know. This feels a little bit like cheating. We are already doing too much damage. Okay. Do we have enough damage? No. Not yet. Oh. Why is this only 255 times 18, huh? We can afford to have him hit us a bit more, right? How much more, I'm not certain. But certainly a bit more. Oh, okay. That's very generous. I know he's already dead, I know. But if we can make him even more dead, that'd be pretty good. Nah, whatever. Yeah, okay, so that's pretty overpowered. That's pretty overpowered. I don't think there's more or less to it. That is pretty fucking strong. Yeah, that is pretty fucking good. Alright, give me my Selena. Alright. I like what I see. I like what I see. Now, can we pull this off for this deck right here as well? We don't need the homing lasers, I think. We don't need this one. I mean, maybe we do. Okay, how many cards do I have in hand? 8. So this should put me at the limit of 10. Okay, now we can get rid of this one in peace. We can use this one. And then let's just have him build up his egg count. Why not? What kind of deck would be good if you use the 0-cost bullet ×3 Luke card? Still the same. Like, bring him with Cassius, bring in Luke. Make sure you have the attack card. It needs to be the attack card variant of Bullet Demon, right? This is such a cursed hand. Alright, sure. Okay, now we have the double follow-up by making him weak to passion. Weak to, you know what I mean, right? And then we could break him with this one. Ooh, it's big damage, but then we don't really have enough of AP left over. This doesn't break him, so this doesn't get us anything back. We could break him, get all the cards back, and refill his tenacity bar. I think he dies. Ah, it's worth a shot. Let's see what happens. Yep. Okay, is this enough to kill the boss? Is he still passion weak? He is. So he's still weak to passion? Oh, that's bad. Why am I now dying? I think I can stop myself from dying by drawing cards. If only barely. But I don't have enough cards to draw. Shit. Okay. Let's not panic, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is under control. 26 shield. 52 shield. Ha! We're alive! Alright. Let's see if this is enough to kill him. Bing, bop, boom. Bang, bop. Bop. Pew. Boom. Clean run. You know what I would love to hear the devs implement? Instead of giving us like any gear overhaul, give us damage stats. At the end of a run, at the end of a chaos, like, you can't tell me that these devs don't know the damage now. Like, please. Give me damage stats. I beg of you. That is not too much to ask for, is it? Okay, now can we pull off the same ship we did last time? Let's see. So, we have the double follow-up setup right here. Whoops. I mean, we're getting close to daily reset anyway. So I might as well undo this so we can draw more cards. So we have the double follow-up setup ready. Yep, so follow-ups are out. Okay, I need to use the card before we do this. And here we go. And then this one, and then we draw. And then we can waste this card. We can do this laser here. Just okay. Use the mana field. Yeah, maybe we have to. Alright, so we get hit. Do we die? No, we don't. So we are very safe. We are very safe this time. So, inflict passion weakness. Do 000, get the double follow-up. Do the pulse fire. Get a homing laser, play the homing laser. Get the break. Yeah, and then just say goodbye. Pretty solid. Why is boss not stacking? Good question. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but so long as you start trolling in turn 1, he doesn't take you seriously anymore. And he lets you beat him. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. But the idea here is to force the first boss into an infinite turn where you can just play whatever you want. And the second boss doesn't stack because he thinks he's funny. I don't know. Once he hits you with a 5-stack attack, he doesn't build stacks for the rest of the turn. Ah, alright, sure. I think my explanation is better though. I think him just not taking you seriously anymore, or maybe having pity with you, I think that's the better explanation. Yeah. But yeah, no, so the logical explanation is after he hits you with a 5-stack attack, he doesn't build stacks anymore. But the realistic explanation is, yeah, he just doesn't take you seriously anymore. He takes pity on you because he already gave you a punch and he lets you get in some free hits. Okay, so, let's have a look. I would argue that Shizuru is the best third character for safe data farming at the moment. There were some people coming in here being like, yeah, you should be using Rei instead of your Mika. I would say Shizuru is the best third option. So Veronica, Shizuru, Serenial should be the best option in farming a Serenial deck. And that is because she has one unique card, but two different options of unique epiphanies. in Tsukuyomi and the Oni Hunt, whereas Rei only has 1. I need to heal. Yeah, that's what I have Shadow of the Moon for, right? I just Shadow of the Moon myself to +3 or to Shadow of the Moon plus. And yeah, then I heal. Or I just, you know, how about that? I don't take any damage. What do you think about that? How about I just don't take any damage? Ah. Oh. Why didn't you think about this before? Exactly. Alright, so then it's Shizuru time, I guess, for the last run of the day. Ta-da. Let's whip this one over. Alright, give me something really good. Like this one here. 1.9 on 13. Yep. That's nasty. And then my best key. What's my best key? What's my best key? Let's see. Sub attributes, crit chance, crit damage, apply. I think it's this one. Yeah. Definitely. And then we just need a... yeah. We just need a crit weapon. And that's easy. I have a few of those. 2.97 on 1%. No, this one here. What do you think? 858, 55.1, 206.4 with void damage goblet. Also no crit potential. I guess crit potential 3 out of 5. Huh? I think that's pretty good, no? I think that's pretty good. Is it better to get higher scaling or combo on Haru's anchor shot? It's not that easy to answer because it depends on which kind of damage buffs you get in, right? Like, if you put in a bunch of multiplicative damage buffs, then you'd probably be better off with the better base version. But if you put in a bunch of additive ones, you'd probably be better off with the double hitter. Do I have all the colored backgrounds for save data? I don't think I have a single one. Yep, as you can see, I have not a single one. I didn't finish 5 chaoses with full passion, order, void, instinct, or justice team. I think the easiest team to do it with would be Cassius, Collab, Serenial on the bug planet. That might just be one of the easiest to do it with. Yeah, let's see. For instinct, you just do Serenial, Collab, Cassius. For void, you could try Rei, Shizuru, Tressa. For order, I guess Luke, Hugo, Amir, maybe. Or Luke, Yuki, Amir, or Luke, Yuki, Hugo. Any combination there. For water, or justice, I guess. Beryl, Mika, Magna seems pretty solid. Beryl, Mika, Haru seems pretty solid as well. And for passion, Selena, Veronica, Maribel. Or Veronica, Maylin, Maribel. Or Selena, Maribel, Maylin. Or I don't know, something like that. I don't think there's any level requirement. Like, if you want to cheat them, you can play on, like, difficulty 1. Or if you, not cheat, cheese them, right? If you want to cheese them, you could do that. But here, let's see. I think is it this one? No. Overcoming adversity. Destroy Chaos Cores 5 times with only passion characters on your team. Which would mean you have to, at minimum, play difficulty 4. that has a interior and an exterior. Yeah. Alright. So I did say we were gonna do one more run. So that's what we'll do. Chaos. Difficulty here. No, no, no. Nope. 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 Bad. Sad. Terrible. Atrocious. Horrific. Life ending. Day ruining. Okay, what's this? Give me another one, please. I don't like credits and I don't like elite areas. Alright, alright. I'm not gonna be as choosy anymore with the next one, okay? Oh, that's kind of bad. I can't play this with Shizuru. No rest, lower max HP. That's a bit too dangerous. Cannot rest, decrease HP, discard one card. How about another one? Ah, shit. Okay, we're getting low in season points. You gotta do what you gotta do. Good idea checking the memory fragments before going in. This would have been a wild ride. This would have been a wild ride indeed. Yeah. How about we don't do that? Ooh. 9.4 on 19? Not bad. %. That's sweet. Our potential is kind of cooked. Yeah. That it is. Isn't attack better than type damage in slot 5? Where did you hear that? Who told you that? Because I don't know, whoever told you that might just not like you as much. I don't know. Yeah, I'd be very curious where exactly we have that from. That attack would be better than type damage in slot 5. When would I host a deck review session? I don't know. A lot of people, like the last time I asked, just doing a pure deck review stream, a lot of people aren't really looking forward to that, but I'd have to like mix it in with the stream, maybe at like the end of a stream or something. Oh, you're asking? Oh, no. So, separate multiplier. Elemental damage on the 5th slot is a separate multiplier from all your other damage. So, that's why it's always going to be stronger than attack. Right? Like, having elemental damage on the goblet is a separate multiplier versus attack just adding onto attack. Are extra attacks passion damage? Veronica's? Yes, because Veronica's extra attacks are her ballista cards and her ballista cards are passion cards. Ooh. Now this is interesting. Will we be able to even build up to a full level 3? I kind of want to sell it though. Let's try it. We'll just see how it goes. A deck review would be 10 minutes. That's what you say. But you cannot forget that we have... let's see, what do we have here? Obviously I'd have to tell you why, but we have 400 people watching here and we also have 40 people over on Twitch, and especially depending on the topic of the stream, we might even have more people here. And then if you ask all of those and you give them the opportunity to post decks in the Discord, I swear I'm gonna get more decks than I can review in 10 minutes. Auto damage doesn't work on Hugo. Yeah, that's true, because Hugo's extra attack follow-ups aren't cards, if that makes sense. So that's kind of the reason why it does or doesn't. Alright, so here we could... Ooh, is there a way here? 1, 2, 3, 4, cut down, in. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, no. 1, 2, 3, no wait, it's just 2. Oh yeah, Snufflo, appreciate the follow, thank you very much. So that's 1, 2 right here, and then down, and then down. Yeah, we're better off going downwards. More question marks. Yeah, alright. I feel like the average viewer would go for meta decks is covered already, so it'd be a lot of the same. Yeah, I feel it would mostly be the same, and also the thing is, if somebody puts in their decks, there's two things. Okay, there would be 3 people. Number 1, people that troll with their deck, and then I guess there would be subtypes, either fun ones that are genuinely interesting in what they do, or other ones that are just generally straight up horrific. Then there'd be the people that just naturally want to flex, that put in a team that a deck that's so great that the only thing I could do is glaze the build. And then there'd be the ones that generally have questions on knowing which deck is better. But if they want to know which deck is better, then they'd have to at minimum send in 2 decks. So I'd have to review 2 different decks to see to answer that question, right? Do we get any information on the next banner? Naja? Naja is the next banner. I don't know why that's still not as much public knowledge. Maybe it's because it wasn't, I guess, super brightly, prominently shown on the roadmap. But Naja is our next character, and she does arrive January 14th. So, yeah. When would you submit the meme-ass Agony deck for Serenia? It's not a meme if you can show me her with 60% damage over time substat. Right? Who knows? Maybe you have the craziest damage over time substat anybody's ever seen. And then surely you can take it from meme into reality, right? Is it worth it to continue this run? Seeing as how we already failed the Shining Core Epiphany, which is kind of the most crucial to making a good deck. I guess we abandon it if we don't get the right mutant sample. If we hit the wrong mutant sample event, that might just be the point where we cut it, you know? Nope, reset. Reset already. Alright. Sure. Oh, you meant the skills and epiphanies. Do we know what they do? Hell no, we don't know anything about her. Do you think DPS such as Karen Shizuru would be meta inspired with her because in theory they can infinitely scale with their damage? The problem with, like, Keiron is definitely better than Shizuru, because Shizuru would only be able to use one card, right? Like, she'd be able to boost up to, like, incredible damage, but only able to use it once, where Keiron would just naturally become stronger every single turn, every single wave. So, I think Keiron has a more obvious path to strength throughout a 5-phase, 5-wave battle. But I guess it depends on how difficult the boss is. Because if the boss is really difficult and the lead-up wave stages aren't as hard, and you can just one-shot the boss instantly turn 1 with like a 100,000 damage, 100,000 damage Moon Slash, or Shadow of the Moon, my fault, then that obviously has merit as well, right? It really depends on how it's all built. What Serenity deck are we trying to build? We were trying to get the Divine Epiphany AP version. We didn't have much luck, but instead what we found was a Veronica. We found ourselves a 4-copy Divine Repose Veronica. So sometimes you just don't get what you're looking for. And maybe it wasn't meant to be from the beginning. But yeah, I really can't wait for Wednesday. It's again going to be so exciting to see what we'll learn. Like, I would assume it should again be Wednesday with like a quick trailer where we at least get her element confirmed, right? It should be instinct, but where we at least get it confirmed. And then obviously the type. Where's the mutant sample event? It's only in lab 0 and only in the outerior, so only outside. And then it's any question mark event, there is where you can find it. And that's pretty much about it. Yeah. Oh. If I have Serenity and Veronica but no Shizuru, who's the next best? Mika or Ray. But this is only if you're specifically deck farming for either Veronica, like any of those 3 characters, right? Hey Scaly, appreciate the sub, thank you very much. Resubscribe for 6 months? What the hell? What have you been doing all this time? I only rarely again started posting stuff here on Twitch, huh? Appreciate it. Do you have the achievement when he hits me and blows up? Probably. I think he hit me more times than I'm comfortable with sharing. He probably hit me already quite a few times. How many copies did I snag for Serenial? All of them. But if I had the ability to redo it, it's really E0, E2, E4 where you want to stop. But if you want to go all the way, hey, I'm not stopping you, because as you can see, I did the same. It's just not something you have to do, huh? If you convert a basic card into a common card and then remove it, you won't be taxed with the save data points? Not quite. You're paying 10 less. If you convert a card and then remove it, the only thing you change is A, you get 10 points for having converted it in the first place, but then you don't get the 20 penalty for removing a basic card. So yes, you save yourself 10 save data points. Can be worth it in some very fringe scenarios, but usually you don't really stumble upon these conversion events, nor enough of the removes. And another problem with those is, before you remove the converted card could become a copy target. Finally, YouTube doesn't give consistent alert for some reason, but when you're live by Twitch does. Hey, yo, Bisaga, what's up? What? You also a member on YouTube too? Just some extra love to you? Hey, appreciate it. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. Alright, let's do bottom. So, hey, 420. That's a good number. So I think this is going to be the last attempt we do. So we either get the Divine Epiphany or we don't, right? Because I usually like to keep the streams to like a good 3 hours, so long as it's not a character release day, right? If this was like a character release day, or if we were doing like a showcase or waiting for anything from the devs, then it'd be different, but usually, huh? Was there a unique option there? I didn't even really look at them. I might have just missed a unique option. Huh. Okay, so let's get rid of... Let's get rid of the Pendant of No, let's get rid of Repose. Ha! That's how confident we are. Getting rid of Repose. Yeah, it's what he said. It's a tiny bit better because both Rei, Shizuru, and Mika can all heal, and they all have one guaranteed unique card, right? But in comparison to Mika, Mika has one unique card, but no unique epiphanies. Rei has one unique card and one unique epiphany, and Shizuru has one unique card and 2 unique epiphanies, which makes us slightly better. Makes us slightly better in terms of dedicated copy farming. Then again, it also goes in reverse order when you're talking about survivability, right? You're most certainly having the easiest time surviving by playing Mika, then Rei, and then Shizuru. Would be worth it to buy Pico from the shop. Easier Serenia and don't plan to get more dupes? I'd say so, yes, because you can always change your mind in terms of dupes by just using the Omega code later down the line. Ooh, double mark to all enemies? Draw two. Draw two is just powerful. Yeah, I'd say it's worth it to pick up Pico. Because if you pick up Pico, you never have to worry again, okay, which partner do I put on my Serenia, right? You always just smack on Pico and call it a day. And she's even valid on Renoa. A bit harder to make use of, but definitely valid on Renoa. Oh, give me a portrait. Is it consistent clearwise since there's no heal? It depends on the strength of your Veronica and your Serenia, right? The stronger those two, and the higher the clear rate. Alright, come on. Give me the divine selector. Give me the divine selector, come on. Rare event divine selector, please. Ah, shit. Yikes. Okay, how do we force the Divine Epiphany on laser now? Ah, hard. We're looking for the AP Epiphany on any homing laser variant. Yeah. Preferably once they come back to hand on Ravage though. Ooh, monster card. Unfortunate. They really have to potentially rethink giving different monster cards a different cost and then just smacking the cost straight on the card instead of having every single monster card be 80. What would the Serenia deck consist of? The baseline, right? The baseline would just be getting 4 copies of the 1 AP laser. Then, if possible, a mutant sample. So that you could... Let's see, what do we get here? A mutant sample so that you could remove... so that you could remove 1 card for free to make space with the other save data. And what else? Yeah, and then just like the usual popular epiphanies. For example, like the plasma missile with the weakness. But the core, right? The core and the most important thing is that you get yourself 4 copies of the 1 AP Divine Laser. Because that should just be the most open-ended in terms of usefulness. Alright, let's see. It doesn't really look like we're even gonna get a chance here. Hey, Things, what's up? I hope that's how you pronounce the name. I don't even know. But yeah, I mean, you'd be curious to know we haven't even really done that much over the last week. So I don't think you've missed much. What's this? Unique? Unique, okay. I don't know. Yeah, I think is it worth it for us to like gamble on the fact that we're gonna hit the Divine Epiphany twice? I don't think so, no? Like that's just like that next level of delusion. So we either get the homing epiphany right here, right now, or we might as well forget about it. But I guess we can do whatever we can to like increase the odds. Yeah, okay. Was looking for a dimensional cube. Amorphous cube, sorry. It could happen, but the chances would be pretty darn low, indeed. So there's no homing laser epiphany. There's no epiphany at all here. Let's do one more run from like the base. You have a 4 homing laser with Divine Epiphany, but the equipment is kind of bad. I feel like having 4 Divine homing lasers just more than makes up for that. And you really just have to then extract as much value as possible out of her teammates. We could always make a copy. Yeah, true, but I feel like that's even lower odds than if we weren't to do so, right? How do you survive without sustain and not being able to heal at campfires? We do have sustain. In the form of Shizuru, Shadow of the Moon plus max HP here. Oh, rare unidentified areas appear more frequently. Now if this isn't a good omen, then I don't know what is. But no, the simple game plan here is kill everything before it kills you. Hopefully. That's kind of what you're looking at. Yes, we have E2 Shizuru, which allows us to get 8% max HP here. In comparison to your usual 5%, right? And we can also easier get from one Shadow of the Moon into the other. The problem is, I already sold the main way for us to generate Shadow of the Moons. So, yeah. Am I going to take the X Shining Core upgrade? No. Unless it's the only reasonable choice. Like, if I pick between that one and the unique one, I'm always going to pick the unique one. Yeah, I feel like if you have this fate, you only really stand a chance of finding the rare heart or the Orwane, right? If you don't have this event, you don't really see it happen, like, at all. But, What I'm mainly hoping for is the researchers. That we can get the researchers early. And that they can give us... that they can give us the divine selection, right? Divine selection, smack that on the homing laser, pray to the high heavens and see what happens. Ooh, it's the rare safe encroachment. Not that much different from the non-rare one, but appreciated nonetheless. Yeah, I'm kind of just hoping that Serenia will just take care of it, right? Not the best divine epiphanies I've ever seen when it comes, not the best epiphanies to Cobalt Light that I've seen when it comes to like making that, you know, perfect deck. Alright, Guardian. We would like to find Mutant Sample though, if possible. You just E5 Serenium one more within a week? You could just wait until the end of Season 2. Or middle of Season 2 and just buy the Omega code from Season 2. Or use your Season 1 Omega code if you still have that one lying around. Or you obviously continue to stick with your plan and you make it happen through Epiphanies, through summoning alone, right? Alright, let's see if we can actually make something happen with this event here. Pew! Alright, so everything else is in order. Ooh. Ah, it's these guys. Okay, so we just have to make sure we don't empty our hand. Otherwise, we might be in trouble. Did you make the graphic for total potential meds needed to pre-grind for Naja, or was it someone else? I think that was somebody else. I don't think I did that. Not that I know of, you know. Alright. Okay, come on. Yes, thank you for changing to something beneficial. Greatly appreciated. Do we know anything about her? We know her element, most likely. We know her element most likely from the website, unless they decide to change her element. And we know the look of her cards. And that's about it. That's about it. The banner's too legit to quit? Yeah, I wouldn't be wrong. Yeah, I wouldn't be incorrect. Yes, we're assuming she's instinct based on the color on the website. Exactly. Is Naja next? Yeah. 14th. January 14th. Okay, I'm really selling myself into a corner here. But surely it will all be worth it. Oh, it's a mouthful. Oh, shit. We don't even have that many useful removes. Okay. Shizuru with Serenia, yeah. Okay, we probably won't be able to get... We probably won't be able to get the... come on, what's the name? We probably won't be able to get the mutant sample with the way things are looking. Okay, we found the select. Prayers. I need some prayers, people. Okay, come on. Give me my divine AP laser. This is what this has all been building up to. 1 AP homing laser. Aww. Surely was a good shot. Unfortunately, it's tenacity damage. That's how it goes, you know? That's how it goes. But yeah. This is honestly still the best chance you'll find in like targeting specific divines. It is what it is. Right? You'll have to live with it. But if you do it long enough, you will find what you're looking for. Yeah. You feel like Wonder of the Void would be good on Shizuru and the Serenia team? It'd be an option, for sure. But so long as the boss acting doesn't kill you, it's not too much of a priority, I'd say. Long enough, but how long is it exactly? That entirely depends on your fate. That entirely depends on your fate. You always get the 1 AP on the move laser. Aww. Yeah, the tenacity damage one on it isn't really that great because it doesn't work together with the afterglow, and it is indeed based on card cost. I thought people paired Serenia with Selena for a break spam. It's deck farming. The reason why we're using Shizuru with Serenial is number one for deck farming. So because she has the most amount of unique cards after Veronica, with Tsukiyomi and Onihunt having unique epiphanies. And then the other reason is we can just use a Karmic Flames to apply Cursed Jackets and then attack the target a lot, which, yeah, Serenia is really good at, so that we can build ourselves up to Shadow of the Moon Plus for some healing, right? What stands the time? That's the things you use to like dice reroll. It's the items you use to dice reroll. You didn't think about the cards? Yep, but there's also real synergy between the two. In terms of like actual damage and stuff, right? Would you not say the 1 AP is replaceable with 2 vulnerable instead on homing lasers? See, not if you want to be prepared for everything. Because at the end of the day, AP is the lifeblood of the game, right? So if you have infinite AP, that means you can come up with infinite bullshit. Obviously, you only can ever play so many cards until you've played all the cards in your deck. But if you have all the AP to play all the cards you want, then you're prepared for about as much as you can be prepared for, right? Like, for example, one of the... is she worth pulling for E2? You can just do it with your Omega Code. Like, if you're low on resources, rather just get a character instead of getting the ego, and just get the ego with Omega Codes later if it's that important to you, right? But yeah, what do I want to say? Like, for example, Collab, right? One of the reasons why I want that much AP is so that I can use Collab's absolute protection. So that I could, for example, use absolute protection after I obviously upgrade her potential and whatnot. if I upgrade her potential, and if I feel like it, and I even take her to, let's say, E1, right? I take her to E1, then I can get myself like a 150% shield, spend around like 10 to 12 AP on absolute protection, and I can get myself a massive shield. Aren't Serenia's codes going away too? Yes, that's why I'm talking about the Omega code specifically, which is this one, rather than the codes in her shop. Like, you can always use the Omega code. Honestly, I feel like replicating Omega Missile and getting the AP as well as the version that retrieves the Omega Lasers so that you can go Wombo combo without depending completely on Selena. True. Especially in the Great Rift, Cassius is a better support for Serenial than Nia, yes. Because the amount of damage Cassius can get from Serenial spamming cards and the amount of morale Serenial can get from spamming cards for Cassius is just too good to pass up. Right? It's just too good to pass up on. And yeah, that's just the reality of things. Cassius is at the moment the best support for anybody that uses zero cost cards. Many people got burned out chasing decks, it's crazy. Yeah, but that's something they did to themselves, right? I mean, the devs already announced that they're going to give that to us in at the start of Season 2. What more do you want them to do, right? We have the timeline. We have it confirmed. We have every single quality of life we could be asking for in terms of decks on the horizon. And it's not going to make it so easy that deck farming becomes pointless. So, yeah, what more do you want them to do? My Pico's level 60. E0 at least, if that's what you wanted. You're just waiting for the true roguelike experience? Yep, April is gonna be sick. You're just very convinced that deck farming will not get any easier? That'd be horrible. And I wouldn't know how that would work. Because if you can skip epiphanies, if you can reroll epiphanies, if you can add in a divine epiphany after you finish your run, if you can change a divine epiphany after a finished run, if you can change a standard epiphany after a finished run, if you can get a guaranteed remove event every single chaos, I do not see how that could make deck farming harder. Five runs, 4 homing lasers with always attack weakness. Damn. Why is the Serenia E6? Because I was sitting on 6 copies and I just decided to put them into Serenia. Resets will be gone. Say rerolling epiphanies are 5 cents. Even if you rolled 5 times, the chance of getting the correct one is still 25%. Yeah, and? You also don't know if epiphany rerolls are based on just playing the chaos or if they're linked to Sands of Time. Like, why judge how something is going to be before you even know how it works? And even if you can only do it 3 times a day, or let's say 4 times a day, that is still infinitely better than not being able to do it at all. Right? Like, any changes they make are always a positive, regardless of how small the impact is. Yeah, Tower's gonna be sick. Tower's gonna be sick. Let's see. Whoops. Where are the devs? Here are the devs. Where's the video? Here's the video. No. Where did I go to? I think it was 28 minutes-ish, no? Ah, yeah. Okay. So, this is what I'm going to leave you all with. Just as once again a reminder. That... let's see. Let's mute CZN for a bit here. This is what I'm going to leave you with, right? Just a reminder about who comes January 14th, right?
네, 첫 번째는 펠티온의 강화된 레플리카 나르자입니다. 나르자는 자신의 의지와 관계없이 태어나 항상 피로와 염증을 느끼는 인공 생명체인데요. 연구소 밖을 벗어난 적이 거의 없었기 때문에 삶 자체의 근본적인 피로를 느끼며 자신의 가치를 이해하지 못하는 상태입니다. 한때 개체번호로 불렸던 나르자의 스토리는 어떻게 진행될지 1월 14일부터 만나보시길 바랍니다.
저는 나르자
You see it, right? January 14th.
부터 홈페이지를 통해서 공개가 돼 있었거든요.
그쵸. 그리고 스토리에서도 등장을 잠깐 하고.
그쵸.
네.
그래서 나르자가 언제 나올까 이제 기대를 했었는데 이제 1월에 나오네요.
네.
많이 기대가 됩니다. 다음 캐릭터는 어떤 캐릭터인가요?
Is she bald? Why would she be bald? The hell? You think that's bald? I think she has hair. Obviously, they probably still rework like the style and whatnot. The reason why she appeared bald is so you can like look at the character model. Right? She's not bald. She's not bald.
14일부터 만나보시길 바랍니다.
But yeah, I wonder if she could be some kind of summoner. That'd be sick. If she could be some kind of summoner, that'd be incredible. I'm more interested in the thing she sits on than in her herself. Passion Luke? Yeah, Passion Luke will be the update. Passion Luke will be the update. You know, when they give Luke his corruption, they're going to give you the ability to choose his element. So you can take him from order to passion to justice. Watch it. Where's the panty showcase? That's a must nowadays. I feel like it's probably going to be somewhere on Twitter. But yeah, see, I find it a bit unfortunate by the devs, right? That she isn't even in here. How would you implement a summoner? I don't know. You could for example make it as like stacks of buffs for her. You know how like Serenia summons like afterglow stacks and whatnot. She could, for example, summon her summons, right? They stack as like a unique resource and give some type of benefit. Huh? Do you think they should wait, what? They should on Corrupted Collab unnerf her and take her back to what she was like in the beta? I don't know about that. Will there be a new Forster with Narja? I don't know. The devs don't seem really inclined on introducing a Forster. I mean, they gave us the perfect leader with Adelheid, but she did not release alongside Serenial. So at this point, the devs either make it abundantly clear that it happens, or I'd be very speculative about it. Isn't Leia technically a summoner? She technically is. Yes, that's very true. But I don't know. I'm still not kind of treating Leia as a summoner. I'm not quite sure why. I guess she's a creationer because it's her creations. But no, I'd like to see a bunch of these like little whale things with the gigantic eye. That just seems pretty awesome. Would I consider a Hugo a summoner in that case? No. I mean, I guess he has his 2 dogs and he has a unique resource, but it's obviously not a summoner because he's not summoning something. You know what I mean, right? You don't have to take everything so literal. But this is important as well. Unique codex options. We really have to see how, like, what these maps can do for us, because they've shown us quite some interesting things. They've said some interesting things about unique maps. And yeah, the fact that we're getting that one on January 14th as well is definitely something to be excited for. should make Zero System even more interesting of a place. Like, just to farm it, to see if you can potentially get one of these unique maps. Like, I don't know. Maybe they make it super easy to build a deck. A hand size for summon cards would be fun. That'd be yeah, hand size. Hand size is definitely the main thing in the game, but you can probably find a way around it somehow. If you really wanted to. So where did they talk about these unique maps? Was it here? But yeah, look at this. Epiphany re-rolling. No. The unique options.
고유 옵션입니다.
고유 옵션.
네.
아 왜냐면 저도 지금 플레이를 하면서 계속 리롤.
Yeah, rolling to reduce elite areas. So what's the benefit here?
그런 약간의 페널티가 있는 거를 좀.
Yeah, the lighter penalties. Yeah.
고유는 앞으로 계속해서 저희입니다.
네, 신의.
추가할 예정인데 대리자를 저희가
Yeah, okay, that we can now talk to them and get like a guaranteed removal, right?
그것도 계속해서 이제 코덱스라 플레이
unique codex. Here, this is what I was looking at.
코덱스 플레이가 이제 카오스를 플레이하다 보니까 이제 항상 이마까지 가야 되는 피로감이 좀 어느 정도 있는 건 사실인데 고유 코덱스는 어떤 거냐면 레벨 디자인이 새로운 그런 코덱스라고 이해해 주시면 될 것 같습니다.
네.
좀 더 구체적으로 설명드리면은
네.
코덱스에 진입을 했는데 보상 스팟만 5개 땅땅땅 나오고 나온다던가
네.
아니면 뭐 미확인 구역으로만 이루어져서 뭐 특별한 스토리를 감상할 수 있다던가.
Yeah, this sounds very interesting. Very curious about what happens there.
준비 중이니 좀 많은 기대해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Like, it just sounds pretty awesome, these like unique areas, you know? Like just a different type of codex. And I think that might all just happen here. Like both the unique options on codexes, but also unique codexes themselves. How about you just get epiphanies from unspecified areas, right? Can you still make zero card decks? Yes. If I were to lose a 50-50, please, I beg, give me E6 or Leia. I love Dark or Leia. Lol. Sure. Yeah, it is indeed 1937 for me right now. But yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens here. But I think, yeah, we've once again arrived. I went a bit overtime, going 4 hours instead of 3, my usual. But yeah, I think we got done what I got done, what I wanted to get done. We found a very nice Veronica deck. We obviously continue this on the side, but we also have to do the day 2 of the new account. And I also have to start posting videos again, because we haven't even posted a single vid. We only streamed twice this new year. So we have to go back on the grind. And yeah, Wednesday will be amazing. Wednesday will be amazing. Which Void TPS should you level? Rin, Karen, or Tressa? Tressa is probably the one to give the most returns for now. But you can just pick whoever you want. You should be able to succeed with them. Alright, people. Appreciate it. Wait, doesn't it say new combatant and partner in season 2? Yes, but we also have a new combatant in January. Like January 14th. They just don't have it mentioned here. I don't know why they had to mention a combatant and partner in February. It just it looks weird, alright? But there is Naja right here. Alright, people.